Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Return to the Mountain. I'm older now than my father ever looked to me when I was 19, which I know doesn't make any sense, but that's how grief freezes people. It keeps them the age they were when they left you, and lets you keep aging around the shape of that loss. When I talk about my father now, most of the time I keep it simple. I say he died in late winter. I say it was sudden. I say there was the funeral, the casseroles, the folded flag, the paperwork, the silence afterward. I say the cabin got sold that spring. What I usually do not say, what I almost never say straight, is that I went back up there alone before the sale went through, and that if I had known even a fraction of what was waiting for me on that mountain, I still might have gone. That's the part I've never been able to explain in a way that makes me sound sane. My father died in February, one of those hard Oregon cold snaps where the morning air feels like broken glass in your throat, and every ditch along the road looks black under a crust of old snow. He wasn't sick. That was the worst part. There was no long warning, no slow goodbye, no chance to become the kind of son I probably should have been while there was still time. He just died. A heart attack in the middle of a weekday that had started like any other. By dinner, our lives had split cleanly into before and after. For my mother, the cabin was part of the after. She started talking about selling it almost immediately, not because she was heartless, but because she couldn't stand the thought of that place sitting there untouched, waiting for a man who was never coming back. The cabin had been my father's place, in a way our house never was. He'd built half the shelving himself. He kept boots up there that never came home. There was always coffee in a dented tin, old hunting jackets on hooks, spare gloves drying by the stove. Even when he was in town, part of him stayed on that mountain. My mother knew it, and after he died, I think she hated the cabin for how much of him it still seemed to hold. She told me one evening at the kitchen table, in the tone people use when they're trying not to sound fragile, that a realtor had already been contacted. "We need to let it go, Eli." I remember the sound the refrigerator made behind her more than I remember my own answer. That low compressor hum, the tick of the clock above the sink, Boone lying under the table, his muzzle on my boot. My mother looked exhausted in a way sleep couldn't fix. She was thinner than she should have been. There was a mug in front of her she wasn't drinking from. "I just want one more trip," I told her, "before strangers start walking through it." She closed her eyes for a second. "I don't want you up there alone." "I won't be alone. I'll take Boone." Even then, hearing myself say it, I knew how stupid that sounded. Boone was old. He'd been my father's hunting dog first, ours second, and age had gentled him into something that was more companion than protector. But my mother looked at Boone, then back at me, and something in her face softened. Not with agreement, exactly, but surrender. "2 nights," she said. "Maybe 3 if the road gets bad." I nodded too quickly, like she might change her mind. What I didn't say was that I wasn't going up there for closure. I didn't believe in closure. I was going because some stupid, hurt part of me believed that if I sat in his chair, drank from his coffee mug, smelled his old coats hanging by the door, maybe I could get close enough to the version of him I had already started losing long before they put him in the ground. A week later, before dawn had properly broken, I loaded his old Ford in our driveway under a sky the color of dirty steel. It was a 1998 F-150, with fading dark green paint, a crack in the dash, and a passenger side door that always needed a second shoulder check to latch. It smelled like old tobacco, even though my father quit smoking when I was 10. And underneath that, it smelled like wet canvas, dog hair, and the cold metallic tang that old trucks seem to keep forever. I put a case of cheap beer behind the seat, a grocery sack full of canned chili and soup on the floorboard, a bag of dog food in the bed, batteries, 2 flashlights, propane cylinders, a couple wool blankets, a toolbox, and the old deer rifle in its soft case. I threw in paper towels, jerky, bread, peanut butter, and 3 cans of coffee, even though there was probably already coffee up there. Grief makes you overpack for things. It convinces you that preparedness can keep something worse from happening. Boone watched all of this from the driveway, with the patient, worn-out expression of a dog who has seen enough human nonsense not to be impressed by any of it. He was black once, or close to it, but by then his muzzle had gone silver, and his joints had started showing in the way he climbed. When I finally opened the passenger door, he gathered himself, stepped up carefully, and settled in with a grunt like he was doing me a favor. "Yeah," I said to him, climbing behind the wheel. "Me too." The truck started rough, then steadied. The heater took forever to warm. I backed out while the house still looked asleep, even though I knew my mother was awake behind one of those windows, listening to me leave. The first stretch out of town was all familiar flat road and winter-burned fields, the kind of landscape you don't really see unless you grew up around it. Frozen ditches, wire fencing, skeletal cottonwoods, mailboxes leaning at angles like tired old men. I stopped for gas at a station off the highway where the windshield squeegee water was half slush, and the woman behind the register called me honey without looking up from her crossword. I bought a large coffee in a paper cup so thin it burned my hand, and 2 breakfast sandwiches wrapped in waxy paper. Boone got one of the sausage patties because my father always fed him pieces of his own breakfast, and some habits slide into you so early you don't realize they aren't yours. By the time I turned onto the mountain roads, the sky had brightened into a washed-out winter white, and the world started narrowing. The highway gave way to county roads, then smaller plowed routes with dirty walls of snow on either side. Pines crowded closer. The air changed. Even with the windows up, I could smell wet bark and cold earth every time I slowed near a turn. There were stretches where the road signs stood half buried, just the tops showing above the drift line. Curves ahead, chain-up area, scenic overlook, falling rock. The chains in the truck bed knocked softly every time I hit a patch of rough road. I knew those roads by memory as much as by sight. I'd ridden them half asleep as a kid with my forehead against the window, waking every now and then to see my father's hands steady on the wheel and the mountains opening ahead of us. I remembered one summer trip when he taught me how to gut a trout by the creek behind the cabin. I'd been trying to act tougher than I was, pretending the slick warmth on my hands didn't bother me. He laughed when I flinched at the smell. "That's what fish smell like when they stop pretending to be pretty," he said. I remembered splitting wood with him and skinning my knuckles because I missed the wedge and hit the log. He didn't fuss over it, just wrapped my hand in his red bandana and told me to keep my thumb tucked in next time. I remembered snowboarding the back slope too hard at 14, catching an edge and slamming onto packed ice so badly I thought I'd broken my tailbone. He laughed at first, then carried my board while I limped and tried not to cry. So much of him lived in pieces. Gun oil on wool sleeves, black coffee in tin mugs, the smell of damp socks drying by a stove, the little click his throat made before he spat into the snow. I had spent most of my last few years with him trying to prove I didn't need him, and then he died, and suddenly I wanted every ordinary thing back. Around noon, I pulled into a scenic turnout that overlooked a valley gone white under cloud shadow. Not because I needed the view, really. Mostly because the truck was running hot and Boone needed to stretch. There was nobody else there. Just a plowed rectangle of gravel, 2 picnic tables buried in snow up to their seats, and a weathered signboard with a faded map under cracked plexiglass. When I stepped out, the cold hit hard enough to make my teeth ache. Boone hopped down slower than he used to and nosed around the edge of the turnout while I stood with my coffee and looked out at the valley. The trees below were dark and packed close as fur. Here and there, the snow caught a dull shine where the cloud cover thinned. It should have been peaceful. It probably was. But standing there, I got the strangest feeling that someone had stopped talking just before I arrived. That's the only way I know to describe it. Not exactly that I heard voices, more like the shape of attention in a place where there shouldn't have been any. The skin at the back of my neck tightened. I turned once, slowly, scanning the tree line behind the signboard and the road curling empty in both directions. Nothing. Boone had gone still too, his head up, ears angled toward the woods. "You see a deer?" I asked him, and my own voice sounded thin. He didn't move. I stood there another few seconds, long enough to feel mildly stupid, then tossed the rest of the coffee into the gravel and climbed back into the truck. Boone got in after me, but not with his usual clumsy eagerness. He paused with his front paws on the floorboard first, looking out through the windshield as if trying to make up his mind. I told myself he was old. I told myself I was tired. I told myself grief had a way of making ordinary silences feel loaded. Then I drove on. The last miles took longer than they should have because the road narrowed and the snow got deeper in the shaded sections. The cabin road turned off from the county route with no sign but a post and half a reflector, and the plow had only come through once since the last storm. Branches bent low under snow on both sides, making the truck seem louder than it was. I had to downshift twice climbing the last grade. Boone stood up with his paws on the seat, peering ahead the way he always did when he recognized where we were going. And then the trees opened. The cabin came into view near dusk, and my first thought was not memory or relief. It was how small it looked. That bothered me more than I expected. In my mind, the place had stayed broad-shouldered and solid, a real mountain cabin with weight to it. What stood in front of me now was still good-sized, still 2 stories with the loft tucked above the main room and the balcony facing the clearing. But grief and time had shrunk it somehow. Or maybe adulthood had. The roofline looked lower, the deck looked narrower. The whole thing sat in the clearing with a worn, braced-against-winter look, like it had spent years leaning into weather without complaint. The snow in front had been drifted by wind into soft ridges. Beyond the open yard, the trees pressed in hard and dark. And there, off to the right of the clearing, stood the tall fir. The branch was still there, a thick, horizontal limb jutting out from the trunk maybe 20 feet off the ground, long and straight enough that it always looked unnatural from certain angles, like somebody had built a seat into the tree and then abandoned it. When I was a kid, I used to stare at it through the front windows. My father once caught me doing that and laughed. "That branch always looked like it was waiting for somebody," he'd said. At the time, I thought it was just one of his weird, deadpan jokes. Standing there years later with the truck idling and dusk settling into the clearing, I remembered the exact way he'd said it. Not smiling much, eyes still on the tree. I parked beside the cabin, cut the engine, and listened. The silence up there was never total. Cabins teach you that. There was always some sound if you paid attention. Wind in the upper branches, a soft creak from settling timber, snow slipping somewhere far off with a muffled hush. But with the truck off, the mountains seemed to close around us all at once. Boone stayed seated for a second after I opened the passenger door. "Come on," I said. He climbed down stiffly. I carried the first armload up to the porch and dug the key ring out of my pocket. My father's keys still felt wrong in my hand. Too personal, too recently his. The brass cabin key was colder than the others, and for one ridiculous second, I just stood there looking at the worn teeth of it before putting it in the lock. The door stuck the way it always had. I had to shoulder it once and then again, harder, and when it finally opened inward, the smell came out all at once, trapped and preserved like the inside of a sealed box. Old wood smoke, wet boots, rodent dust in the walls, cold iron from the stove, damp wool that had long ago dried and then taken on the smell of the room around it. Underneath all of that was something faintly sour I couldn't place, not strong enough to be rot, not familiar enough to ignore. I stood there breathing it in, hit by the sharp, stupid ache of recognition. Behind me, Boone came up the steps, reached the threshold, and stopped. He didn't bark, didn't growl. He just froze in the doorway, head low, staring into the dark cabin interior like he'd found something there before I had. For several long seconds, he would not come in. Chapter 1. Return to the Mountain. I had to nudge Boone with my knee before he finally crossed the threshold. Even then, he did it reluctantly, stepping over the doorframe one paw at a time, nose low, drawing in the air. His nails clicked once on the old plank floor. Then he stood just inside the entry, looking into the main room with the same uneasy stillness he'd had at the turnout. For a second, I almost backed out with him, not because I thought there was something in there exactly, but because a dog who has known a place all his life and suddenly doesn't want to enter it can make you feel foolish for trusting your own judgment. But cabins in winter always feel wrong the first minute you open them. Too still, too sealed. The air sits in them. The dark gathers in the corners and acts older than it is. I told myself that was all this was, a shut-up place waking back up. "Come on," I said again, softer this time. I set the grocery bags on the kitchen counter, leaned the rifle case against the wall by the stairs, and went straight for the generator switch. My father had a sequence for everything in that cabin, and I followed it automatically without realizing how much of him I had memorized. Generator first, then propane. Then crack the stove flue and check the pilot. Never the other way around. The generator coughed twice before catching. The sudden vibration under the floorboards felt almost alive after the silence, and a low electric hum moved through the cabin as a few dim lights came awake. Yellow, weak, but enough. I went out back to check the propane tank, boots sinking into the drift packed against the rear wall. Then came inside and lit the stove. The flame caught with a soft, hollow breath. Metal pinged as heat moved into it. That changed everything. A warm cabin is one thing. A cold cabin that is beginning to warm feels almost human. The place started answering itself. Little ticks in the stovepipe, a faint shifting in the boards, an old beam making the same complaint it always had whenever the temperature changed. Boone, hearing familiar sounds return in familiar order, seemed to relax by degrees. He did not wag his tail exactly, but he stopped standing like he expected a stranger to walk out of the dark. I unpacked slowly, not because there was much to do, but because each practical movement gave me something ordinary to hold on to. Beer in the old refrigerator, chili and soup in the pantry, bread on the counter, flashlight batteries in the drawer beside the stove, dog food in the mudroom corner. My father's cabin had always rewarded habit. Things had their places. If you fought that, the place seemed crowded and awkward. If you yielded to it, even for a few minutes, you could almost feel the years settle back into their grooves. When the first wave of cold started lifting, I took a slow walk through the rooms. The downstairs was smaller than memory, but laid out exactly as it had always been. The front of the cabin opened into the living room, with broad windows facing the clearing, and a sagging couch that my mother had threatened to replace for 20 years and never did. The cast-iron stove sat off to one side, on a stone pad blackened by old ash. Beside it was my father's folded bridge chair, leaning against the wall where he always kept it when he wasn't using it. Because he said a chair left open in a room had a way of making the whole room look tired. The TV was still on its stand in the corner, a little crooked, with the same basket of remote controls and dead batteries underneath it. Past the living room was the kitchen, narrow and practical, more counter than table, with cupboards that never fully shut in damp weather, and a sink that squealed in protest when you turned the hot water too hard. The rear of the cabin had the bathroom and a short utility hallway. The bathroom window was still there, just a narrow slit in the back wall, too high and too small to make anybody feel watched under normal circumstances, but enough to let in a blade of morning light. As a kid, I used to hate that window when I had to wash my face at night. It never showed enough of the world to be reassuring. It only reminded you there was one on the other side. The stairs rose beside the living room to the loft bedroom above. Up there, the ceiling came down low on the sides, and the bed faced the sliding glass door that opened to the balcony. My father had always liked that arrangement, because he could wake up and see the snow in the clearing before he even got out from under the blankets. My mother said it made her feel like she was sleeping in a watchtower. They'd said both things often enough that the room still seemed full of their voices when I stood there. I found the details I had expected, and some I hadn't realized I'd been expecting until I saw them. My father's cracked green mug was still on the shelf above the stove, handle repaired years earlier with adhesive that had yellowed around the break. A pack of Strike Anywhere matches sat on the mantel beside two candle stubs fused together with spilled wax. There were hunting magazines stacked under the end table by the couch, months out of date now. The top one curled at the corners from damp. In the kitchen drawer with the can opener and junk mail pens lay his old field dressing knife in its leather sheath, sharpened so often the blade had narrowed over the years. None of it should have comforted me as much as it did. That was the ugly thing about grief in those early months. You could be raw and angry and numb and still get blindsided by relief at seeing a cracked mug exactly where a dead man left it. Standing there in that cabin, with the stove beginning to warm the room and the light gone gold around the windows, I felt the kind of comfort that makes you ashamed while you're feeling it. Like maybe I had wanted the world to pause with him still inside it. And this was the closest anything could come. By full dark, the place had become livable again. I fed Boone first. He ate more slowly than usual, but finished his bowl. Then I opened a beer, sat on the couch, and listened to the stove work. I had brought an old game console with me out of a kind of desperation I didn't fully admit to myself. My father and I used to waste weather-bound evenings up there that way when I was younger, him pretending not to care much while still talking trash every time he won. The TV took a few tries to recognize the input, and the controller stuck a little on the left trigger. But when the startup screen came on and that familiar, thin electronic music filled the room, I laughed once under my breath before I could stop myself. Boone settled on the rug near the stove. I drank one beer, then another. Outside, the dark pressed against the windows in a way only mountain dark can. Thick and depthless, without porch lights or passing headlights or neighboring houses to break it up. But inside, it felt almost indecently normal. Warm light, mild dust smell, a game loading on the screen, the occasional hiss of beer when I tipped the bottle. I let myself believe, for a couple hours, that I had wanted exactly the right thing by coming back. When I finally went upstairs, I expected the first real wave of loneliness to hit hard. It did, but not the way I'd imagined. It wasn't dramatic. It was just the silence that comes after you turn off the TV and the room stops pretending to be full of other people. I brushed my teeth at the little sink, glanced without thinking at the narrow bathroom window, and saw only my own reflection smudged in the glass. Then climbed to the loft with Boone behind me. I slept better that first night than I had slept at home in weeks. I don't mean deeply. I woke once to the cabin settling, and once because Boone shifted and bumped the bed frame. But I slept. Real sleep, the kind that pulls you under hard enough for dreams to go thin and unimportant. When morning came, pale and clean through the curtain edges, I felt groggy instead of wrecked, and that alone seemed like proof I'd done something right. The next day was almost peaceful in a way that now feels cruel in hindsight. Morning in fresh snow has a brightness that can make even ugly things look honest. The clearing outside the cabin blazed white enough to hurt my eyes, until clouds moved over and softened it. I made coffee that tasted vaguely of old metal because of the cabin pot. I heated canned soup for lunch and ate it standing at the counter, watching Boone nose around the drift line near the porch. I split kindling with the small hatchet and listened to the dry pop of each strike ring off the trees. Every now and then, the wind moved through the pines beyond the clearing, and the whole wall of forest gave out a long, breathy hush, followed by the low complaint of branches rubbing somewhere high above sight. There are sounds cabins make that houses don't. That day, I heard all of them the way I used to hear them as a kid. The little knock of hot pipe metal, the tick in the window glass when the outside temperature changed, the soft complaint of floorboards under no visible weight because wood shifts as it warms. I had forgotten how easy it is, if you know a place well enough, to let those sounds reassure you instead of frighten you. I spent part of the afternoon in the shed and work area off the side of the cabin, more out of restlessness than purpose. My father had always kept the place half organized and half feral. Tools where they belonged, and then coffee cans full of bolts mixed with fishing line and screws and nails and things he intended to sort later. I opened drawers, lifted tarps, checked the axe heads for rust, glanced over hooks and old tackle boxes. It felt less like snooping through his things than keeping him company in a language he would have understood. In the back of the workbench, inside one of those dented blue coffee cans with the plastic lid cracked down one side, I found a jumble of rusted screws, bent nails, 2 old fishing lures with no hooks left on them, a bottle cap, and one tiny polished vertebra no bigger than the end of my thumb. I turned it over in my hand for a while. It was clean in that old way bones get clean when they've been handled a lot, yellowed smooth in the grooves. Too small to mean much to me. Deer, maybe. Raccoon. Some little thing my father had picked up absent-mindedly while gutting or cleaning or walking. He was the sort of man who kept parts of the outdoors around him without thinking it was strange. Shed antlers, porcupine quills, a hawk feather tucked above the doorframe for years. I dropped the vertebra back into the can and pushed the drawer shut. Later, I would remember that moment much more clearly than it deserved. By late afternoon, the blue glare of the snow had started fading. The light in the clearing changed by degrees, from white to silver, to that strange bruised color winter evenings get just before darkness, when every surface seems to hold on to the last cold daylight and turn it slightly unreal. I fed Boone early, opened another beer, and stood in the living room watching the tree line go dark from the bottom up. The pines looked like walls at that hour. That wasn't poetic exaggeration, they really did. Dense black trunks rising out of blue snow, stitched together so tightly by shadow that the woods stopped looking like individual trees and started looking like one solid thing standing just beyond the open ground. Inside the cabin, the lamplight and stove glow turned everything gold. Outside, the clearing gave way to blackness, with almost no middle ground at all. Yellow cabin light against black woods. A picture postcard, if you were warm enough and stupid enough. Boone was lying by the front windows when he lifted his head. At first, I thought he'd heard a branch crack or caught scent of a deer crossing somewhere beyond sight. Then he stood, walked closer to the glass, and fixed his attention so fully on one point out in the clearing that I felt my own shoulders tighten before I even followed his gaze. He was looking toward the tall fir, toward the sitting limb. He didn't bark. That would have been easier. Instead, he gave a low, uncertain growl, the kind dogs make when they are not yet committing to fear, but have stopped trusting what they're seeing. It was a sound I had almost never heard from him. I stepped closer to the glass. What is it? The limb was just a limb. Dark against the darkening sky, thick and horizontal, and empty as far as I could tell. Maybe a squirrel, maybe a bird. Maybe Boone smelled something that had been there minutes earlier and was gone now. I told myself all the obvious things because the obvious things were available. Probably a deer, I said, though my throat had gone a little dry. Boone did not stop staring. After another few seconds, I reached over and pulled the curtain shut. The movement felt oddly abrupt, almost rude, like interrupting someone. Boone looked at me, then back toward the hidden window. But when I called his name, he came away from it and lay down again, though not fully relaxed. I finished my beer. I checked the lock on the front door for no real reason. Then I turned on the TV for background noise, but kept one eye straying toward the covered windows, annoyed at myself for it. By the time I went upstairs, the cabin had settled into that pocket of warmth and isolation that can feel either safe or cut off, depending on what kind of mind you bring to it. Mine, by then, was still mostly calm. Tired, sad in the low-grade way that had become normal, a little embarrassed by how much the dog had gotten under my skin. In the loft bedroom, I undressed in the cold strip between the stove's fading warmth and the sliding balcony door. I left the curtain mostly closed, but not perfectly. There was a narrow sliver where the fabric didn't meet, just enough to show one angled slice of the clearing outside. I was halfway into bed when movement, or what I thought was movement, caught my eye. Something dark seemed to be occupying the sitting limb, not moving on it, not climbing into place, just there already, a shape where, a second earlier, I was almost sure there had been nothing. I froze with one knee on the mattress, staring through that slit in the curtain so hard my eyes started watering. The shape was wrong only in the way any distant thing becomes wrong when you're trying too hard to identify it. A clot of shadow. Maybe a heavy branch behind the branch. Maybe the trunk lining up with the last of the light. I took one step closer and put my fingers on the curtain edge. Then I pulled it back. The limb was empty. Nothing on it. Nothing beneath it. Just the tree, the fading blue snow, and the woods behind it, thick and black and uninterested. I stood there a few seconds longer than I needed to, then let the curtain fall closed again and got into bed feeling faintly stupid. Boone did not jump up right away like he usually did. He remained standing beside the bed, facing the stairs, listening to something I couldn't hear. When he finally settled, he did it with a sigh that sounded too human in the dark. Chapter 1. Return to the Mountain. I woke on the second morning with the odd, weightless feeling that for a few seconds I had forgotten why I was there. It was a good sleep again, or good enough to be dangerous. The kind that lets grief loosen its grip just long enough for you to open your eyes and think you're 15. Your father's downstairs making coffee, and the day ahead is only a day. Then memory returned all at once. The funeral, the sale, the empty truck in the driveway back home with his name no longer attached to it except in my head. And the room changed back into what it was. A loft over a quiet cabin in the middle of the Oregon woods, with winter pressed up on every side. Boone was already awake. He stood near the sliding glass door with his head lowered, not growling, just looking through a narrow space where the curtain didn't fully meet the frame. When I sat up, he glanced at me once, then back at the glass. "What?" I asked him. My voice felt too loud. I crossed the room and looked out beside him. The clearing was white and empty. Pale morning light lay across the snow in a flat sheet, and the sitting limb off to the right looked exactly like it had looked 100 times before. Just a heavy branch, dark and horizontal, reaching out over nothing. If there had been something on it the night before, there was no sign of it now. I told myself that with enough dark outside and enough warm light inside, your eyes will invent things to close the distance. That explanation held together for another hour. I made coffee, fed Boone, and stood at the kitchen counter listening to the low hum of the generator and the occasional hollow tick from the stove as the metal adjusted to the morning cold. Daylight helped. It always does. Not because it makes places safer, necessarily, but because it makes them seem willing to be examined. A room in daylight offers itself up. Corners explain themselves. Shadows stop pretending they have depth. By 9 or so, I had convinced myself I was settling into the rhythm of being there. I even started thinking in practical terms again. There were a few things I wanted to check before weather turned worse later in the week. The tools in the lean-to, the old shed latch, the spare fuel canisters, maybe the roof line from the side if I felt like post-holing through the drift. Ordinary work. The kind my father always found on purpose, so he could spend all day at the cabin and still call it a productive trip. The storage shed sat off behind the main cabin, half buried on the shaded side where the snow piled deepest. Beside it was the old tool lean-to, little more than a roof extension and 3 walls built from rough-cut boards, open on one side to the yard. As a kid, I loved poking around out there because every shelf held something that seemed potentially useful or dangerous. Hatchets, coffee cans of nails, rusted trap springs, old fishing tackle, propane lantern mantles in torn boxes, spare chains, antlers, animal feed, a broken vise, lengths of cable. It was the kind of clutter boys mistake for treasure because it suggests adults have private knowledge. Boone followed me halfway there, then veered off toward the edge of the clearing, nose down in the snow. The shed door stuck with frost, and I had to shoulder it open. The smell inside hit me almost as hard as the cabin had. Old plywood, mouse droppings, oil, mold, damp canvas, and something sweet rotten that turned out to be a bait bucket with a snapped lid tucked behind a stack of feed sacks. I swore, kicked it aside, and opened the shed wider to let in more light. The place was exactly the sort of mess I expected. Antlers hung from nails on the wall. There were mold-stiff tarps folded into shapes that no longer resembled tarps. 2 orange bait buckets, one cracked and one stained nearly black at the bottom. Snow chains, a broken camp chair, a gas can with duct tape on the handle, a cardboard box of old shotgun shell boxes, empty except for loose brass and dust, a tackle case, a rusty come-along winch. My father had kept everything, because in his mind, every object remained one future use away from proving itself worth saving. The lean-to held more of the same, plus tools that had lived outside long enough to take on the weather permanently. Shovel heads scaled with rust, axe handles gone silver gray, a splitting maul, a post hole digger, a 5-gallon bucket full of bent rebar and wire hangers and lengths of fencing that looked too short to matter. I moved things around for a while, mostly because the movement felt familiar. That was when I found the trunk. It was shoved behind a stack of feed tubs under the deepest part of the lean-to roof, where wind-blown snow had drifted in but never fully settled on it. Old metal-bound footlocker, army green once maybe, though age and rust had made the color hard to trust. It had a padlock on it that looked newer than the trunk itself. That stopped me for a second. My father had cabinets in the cabin he never bothered locking, and drawers full of ammunition any idiot teenager could have gotten into if he'd wanted. He wasn't a man who believed much in securing things from his own family, so seeing a locked trunk tucked that far back among junk gave me a little pulse of curiosity, strong enough that I forgot whatever mild intention I'd had of respecting his privacy. I dragged it out into better light, wiping grime from the top with my glove. The padlock had surface rust, but not enough to make me think it had been there for decades. I looked around for a key on some shelf or peg, and, not finding one, went back into the shed for a hammer and flat pry bar. The lock gave way easier than I expected. I remember actually smiling when it snapped, because in that moment, I still thought I was about to uncover something normal and almost sentimental. Old gear, maybe. My father's first scope, hunting licenses, stacks of maps. Some version of him preserved in objects I could sort through and understand. There were maps. That was the first thing I saw when I raised the lid. Folded topo maps and photocopied property plats. Some in clear sleeves, some loose and softened at the corners. Under them was a coil of thin wire, reddish in spots from age. Then several bundles of faded red cloth strips cut to nearly the same length and tied with rubber bands gone brittle. There was a disposable camera still in its wrapper, though the wrapper had yellowed. A small zip bag, more folded paper, a grease pencil, another map with a hand-drawn line circling through the woods around the cabin in an irregular shape, not quite a loop and not quite random either. For a long second, I just looked. Nothing about it made sense together, not in any clean way. I set the maps aside one by one on the feed tub next to me. The hand-drawn boundary line had little marks on it at intervals, some crossed out, some darkened over more than once. A few had brief notes in my father's blocky handwriting beside them. North Break, Creekside, Lower Stand, Reset. The red cloth strips were cut from different materials, not all from the same source. Some looked like bandana cotton, some like old flannel shirt pieces, some thin as ribbon. The coil of wire was the kind you could use for hanging trail markers, or snares if you were mean enough, or a dozen other practical purposes. The disposable camera bothered me for reasons I couldn't explain. It implied documentation, intention. Then I picked up the zip bag. Inside were 2 tiny bones and a folded, yellowing note. At first, I thought the bones were animal phalanges, or maybe pieces from some small skeleton my father had found and pocketed for no reason. But when I slid the note out and unfolded it, I felt something in me tighten without yet knowing why. The handwriting was my father's, no question. Thick pen pressure, cramped capitals. The way he wrote like he was annoyed paper existed at all. It said, "If any of these are down, put them back before dark." I read it twice, then a third time. That was it. No explanation, no list, no date, just that one instruction. I looked back at the bones in the bag. 2 small finger bones, or what I then thought might be finger bones. I had enough vague experience from hunting and cleaning animals to know they weren't vertebrae. Too long for that. Jointed wrong. Tiny, yellow-white, unsettlingly human-looking once the idea occurred to me. I told myself they probably weren't human. I told myself the note and the cloth and the map could still all be something practical. Property markers, trail tags, boundary warnings for hunters crossing land they shouldn't. Maybe my father tied red cloth in the woods where fence line or access line got hard to see under snow. Maybe these meant the markers. Maybe the bones in the bag had nothing to do with the note. Maybe he'd used the nearest bag to hold the paper because he was being my father and not organizing like a sane person. That explanation was flimsy, but it was available, and I took it. I sat back on my heels in the snow and looked again at the hand-drawn loop around the cabin. There was a logic to it if you squinted. The line followed the ridge on one side, dipped toward the creek cut on another, widened around the front clearing, narrowed behind the cabin where the trees crowded closest. Property management, I thought. Old mountain habit. A way of keeping track of a perimeter. Men like my father loved making systems in the woods, especially if those systems let them feel in charge of a place that was never really theirs. I was still telling myself that when Boone started barking. Not the occasional sharp, alert bark he used for squirrels or deer. This was frantic, full-throated, repetitive. The sound of a dog who has found something wrong and cannot make it right by himself. I dropped the note. "Boone!" He barked again, closer now, from the front side of the cabin. I shoved the map back into the trunk without folding it properly, left the rest of the contents exposed, and ran around the cabin through snow deep enough to grab at my boots. Boone was in the clearing, 30 or 40 feet out from the porch, hackles up, barking toward the ground, and then toward the tree line, and then back toward the house, as if all 3 places mattered at once. What is it? I followed his line of sight and saw the tracks. They cut across the front clearing in a long, shallow arc, emerging from the woods to the left of the cabin where there was no road, no path, no reason for anyone to come through. Fresh, crisp-edged. No snow drifted into them yet. They did not head toward the porch or driveway. Instead, they crossed the open space in a curve that seemed to avoid the cabin while still acknowledging it, then passed around the side toward the rear. I moved closer without thinking. The tracks were wrong. That is the clearest and most useless description I can give you. They were just footprints, and yet the shape of them rejected every label I tried to put on them. Too long to be an ordinary barefoot print in proportion to their width. Too narrow through the midfoot. The front impressions spread into distinct toe-like marks, but not in a way that made me think clearly of shoes or boots or even human feet. There was a splayed quality to them, as if whatever made them distributed weight differently than I expected. And they were deep. Deep enough to suggest something heavy, but not heavy in the blunt, boot-packed way a large man would leave. Boone stopped barking long enough to whine. I glanced back toward the woods they had come from. The tree line there looked unchanged, dark, packed, still. If somebody had walked out of it moments earlier and crossed the clearing, they should have been visible unless they were behind the cabin now. The cold on my face suddenly felt sharper. I followed the tracks. Not because I was brave, mostly because there is a brief window in fear where you think movement will keep panic from settling. Action feels protective. I moved alongside the prints rather than stepping in them, skirting the edge of the cabin. My heart beat loud enough that I could feel it in my gums. Boone came with me at first, then hesitated near the corner and let me go a few steps ahead. The tracks continued around the side wall, still not approaching the structure directly. They kept a distance of maybe 10 or 12 feet in most places, as if whatever made them had been circling with deliberate room to spare. I passed the kitchen window, the rear utility wall, the narrow bathroom slit window set high in the back wall above me. Then halfway around the back, I stopped. There was a place where the snow had been compressed and partially melted. Not from heat exactly, but from repeated pressure or long contact. The shape there was not a neat footprint. It was a standing place. A patch where something had remained long enough to change the snow beneath it. The edges had softened and refrozen. The center had gone slightly gray where underlying debris had mixed through. I looked up. From that exact spot, there was a direct line of sight to the upstairs bedroom. Not to the whole cabin, not just to the roof line, specifically to the loft window and the sliding glass door beyond it. I felt a strange, immediate reluctance to turn my back on that patch of snow, as if by identifying it, I had also stepped into whatever attention had once occupied it. Boone had stopped behind me. He was not barking now. He stood stiff-legged, staring first at the depression in the snow, then up toward the loft, then toward the woods beyond the rear slope. I crouched and held my glove near the softened patch without touching it. The cold air there smelled like snow and bark and the faint mineral dampness of shaded ground. Nothing else. Nothing useful. Still, I straightened too fast, suddenly sure I had spent too long with my head lowered. The rest of the tracks continued around toward the front, but I didn't follow them any farther. I already knew enough to feel my stomach hollowing out. Back under the lean-to roof, the trunk sat open where I had left it. The red strips of cloth looked different now that I had seen the tracks. Less like homemade trail markers, more like something private. Repeated, maintained. The note in my father's handwriting had not changed, but reading it after seeing those prints in the clearing made the words feel narrower and more urgent than they had a few minutes earlier. If any of these are down, put them back before dark. Not when you have time. Not next trip. Not before snow. Before dark. I stood there, with the note in one hand and the map in the other. And for the first time since arriving, the cabin stopped feeling like only a place I had inherited and started feeling like a place my father had managed. Not with repairs or bills or ordinary mountain upkeep. With rules. I did not understand the rules. I still had enough denial left in me to think there was probably some explanation buried under all this that would make me feel embarrassed later. But even then, with daylight on the snow, and the generator humming, and the woods just woods to the eye, I knew one thing for certain. My father had hidden this trunk for a reason. And whatever reason he had never mentioned a word of it to me. Chapter 2. The Markers in the Snow. For the next hour or so, I did what people always say they would never do in a horror story, and what almost everyone actually does when something first goes wrong in real life. I tried very hard to make it ordinary. That sounds pathetic now, And maybe it was. But ordinary explanations are addictive when they're still available. They let you keep your footing. They let you move through the day without admitting that some new shape has appeared inside your life and may not be leaving. I stood in the lean-to with my father's note in one hand and that map in the other, and built explanation after explanation as fast as I could. Maybe the red cloth strips were just boundary markers. Maybe the bones in the bag had nothing to do with the note and had only been shoved in there because my father used whatever container happened to be closest. Maybe the footprints had been made by some idiot local kid barefoot as a dare, or by some deranged tweaker, or by somebody wearing damaged snow gear that distorted the print. People do strange things in remote places. Everybody who grows up around mountain towns learns that sooner or later. You get hunters too drunk to remember where they parked, trespassers poaching deer on private land, men who go into the woods because they don't want to be found for a while. Half the weirdness in rural America has a face and a name if you follow it long enough. And my father was exactly the kind of man who would create a whole private system around land if he thought it would keep people off it. That explanation settled best, so I picked it. He had probably gotten tired of strangers cutting through the property or kids using the ridge as a shortcut in hunting season. Maybe he marked lines in the woods to show where our land ran. Maybe put them back before dark meant he wanted anyone in the family to rehang the trail ribbons before snow made the perimeter hard to read. Men like him made rules for every practical inconvenience and then wrote them down in the tone of military orders. Once I had decided that, I felt almost embarrassed by how rattled I'd been. The tracks were still strange. The softened standing patch under the upstairs sightline was still stranger. But I could live with strange if strange belonged to people. The only thing I knew I wasn't going to do was tell my mother. I could already hear how that conversation would go. She'd ask why I had been digging through things instead of just spending my time and coming home. She'd hear bones and note and decide instantly and correctly that she had been right to want the place sold. Worse than that, I would hand her something new to hate about my father, something secretive, something she'd never fully be able to ask him about. No, not yet. I put the note back in my coat pocket, closed the trunk without relocking it, and went inside to think with a roof over my head and coffee in reach. Boone followed me in, but would not lie down. He paced once through the living room, nails ticking on the floorboards, then stood by the front windows, looking out through the thin seam where the curtain didn't quite meet the wall. Every now and then, he drew in a sharp little breath through his nose. Not a full growl, not a bark, just enough to let me know his attention was still fixed somewhere outside. I made fresh coffee anyway. There is something almost insulting about how normal your hands can keep behaving while your mind is running ahead of you. Scoop grounds, fill kettle, wait for water, pour. The cabin smelled briefly of burnt coffee and warm metal, which helped. I stood at the counter with my mug and stared at the map again. The boundary line my father had drawn did not match the property line exactly. That was what bothered me more the longer I looked. If this had just been about keeping trespassers off, why not mark the actual edges? Why the uneven loop around the cabin, the ridge, and the tree line in front? Why the notes? Why hide all of it in a locked trunk under junk? I folded the map back up before I could keep asking questions I wasn't ready for. Then I made a decision that felt practical enough to hide its real purpose from me. I was going to drive down toward the main road and see if anybody had been in the area recently. Not because I was scared, I told myself, just because if a snowmobiler or a hiker or some local drifter had been cutting around the Mercer place, somebody down the road would know. By late morning, the sky had gone that dull winter white that flattens everything. No direct sun, just a lid of cloud over the mountain. I threw more wood in the stove, put on my heavier coat, topped off Boone's bowl, then hesitated and called for him to come along. He came, but not with much enthusiasm. The road out from the cabin was still passable if you stayed inside the ruts from my trip up, though I could see where fresh wind-blown snow had started filling them back in. The truck took a minute to warm and coughed blue from the tailpipe. I backed carefully, turned slow, and started down through the trees. Driving away from the cabin in daylight should have made me feel better. In a way, it did. Motion has its own reassurance. So does the simple idea of other people existing somewhere down the road. But I kept replaying the trunk in my head. The red strips, the note, the way Boone had reacted to the tracks, the standing patch behind the cabin. About 3 miles down the road, there was a little gas station and general store that served as the nearest excuse for civilization. Not a town exactly. More like a building where roads and habits had agreed to meet. It had 2 old pumps out front under a green metal awning, a stack of split firewood wrapped in blue tarp, and a sign advertising live bait even in months when there definitely wasn't any. My father stopped there often enough that the truck seemed to know how to pull in. I parked beside a salt-streaked Subaru with a cracked rear window patched in plastic. The bell over the store door still made the same flat metallic ring when I stepped inside. Heat hit me first, then the smell. Burnt coffee, bait fridge damp, old fryer grease, floor cleaner, cigarettes clinging to a man's coat even though nobody smoked inside anymore. There was a mounted trout on the wall over the drink cooler, its paint faded enough that the silver had turned almost blue. Beside it hung a yellowing photo of somebody holding up a buck by the antlers in front of the same store sometime in the 80s. A county weather report droned from a little TV bolted in the corner above the lottery display. The sound was low but constant. Some local anchor talking about snow accumulation, chain advisories, and a system moving in from the west late tonight. The sort of information people in mountain communities keep on all winter, the way other people leave on sports. At the register stood a woman I recognized vaguely by face, if not by name. Mid-50s maybe. Hair pinned up with a pencil, reading glasses low on her nose. She looked up from the counter and then past me toward the window, where Ray's truck sat idling in a little cloud of exhaust. "Well," she said, and some change went through her expression. "That's Ray Mercer's truck." I nodded. Was. That landed the way truths do when people have heard them but not in the room with you. She straightened a little, not performative, just reflexively respectful. "I heard," she said. "I'm sorry, honey." "Thanks." There was an old man in camo overalls by the coffee station, pouring from a burnt-looking pot into a styrofoam cup. He glanced over when he heard my father's name. I did not know him, but he looked exactly like 3 men I had known all my life. Face burned leather brown by weather, white stubble, cap pulled low, shoulders bent from work more than age. I wandered the aisles with a basket longer than I needed to, partly because I didn't want to ask my question too quickly, and partly because the store's very existence steadied me. Batteries, jerky, another bag of dog food, a sleeve of crackers, 2 candy bars I did not want. The radio forecast kept muttering overhead. Boone stayed in the truck, but every time I looked through the window, I could see him upright on the passenger seat, watching the road instead of dozing. When I finally brought my things to the counter, I tried to ask casually, "You seen anybody up around the Mercer place lately?" I said. "Any snowshoers, maybe? Kids messing around?" The woman had been reaching for the batteries. Her hand stopped on the cardboard pack. That was the first thing I noticed. Not fear, not even surprise, just stillness. "What kind of kids?" she asked. I shrugged. I found some tracks crossing the clearing, weird ones. Behind me, the old man set his coffee down with a soft tap. The clerk looked toward him once, then back at me. "Road behind your place doesn't stay empty after dark." She said it matter-of-factly, the way someone might say frost comes early in shade, or elk cross the ridge in spring. Not dramatic, which made it land harder. I gave a short laugh because that was the only available response if I wanted to keep the room normal. "That sounds ominous." She didn't smile. "Just saying folks don't usually stop up there after sundown, unless they've got a reason." "Hunters?" "Not this time of year." I thought about asking what she meant by that, but the old man in the camo overalls turned toward me fully before I could. "Did your father leave the ribbons up?" he asked. Everything in me went still. His tone was not curious. It was the tone of somebody asking whether you remembered to latch a gate before the snow came in. Practical, familiar. I looked at him and knew instantly that if I answered too fast or too honestly, I would learn something I wasn't ready to hear. "I don't know what you mean," I said. It came out smooth enough. Too smooth, maybe. He held my eyes for a second longer than politeness required. Then he reached for his coffee again. "Then maybe you don't," he said. The weather report kept talking above us. Wind speeds, overnight lows, county plows delayed on secondary routes. The mounted fish on the wall looked down with its dead painted eye. The clerk scanned my batteries at last and told me the total, as if nothing unusual had happened. I paid in cash because my father always had there. The bills felt damp in my glove hand. When she handed me my receipt, she lowered her voice just enough that the old man would have had to try to hear her. "If you're staying up there," she said, not meeting my eyes now, "best not to go walking the back road after dark." I took the bag. "Because of what?" This time she did smile, but only faintly, and not in a comforting way. "Because some places get crowded when they ought to be empty." That should have made me turn around, walk back out, and drive straight home. Instead, I thanked her, because that is what you do when a person says something absurd in a tone too sober to challenge. And I stepped out into the cold with my bag in one hand and my jaw set harder than it needed to be. I told myself rural people love folklore. They love making ordinary boundaries sound old and local and half-sacred. Give a patch of woods enough years and somebody will claim it's wrong after dark. And soon enough, nobody remembers whether the warning came before or after whatever actually happened there. Boone was waiting upright when I opened the truck door. He leaned past me and sniffed the cold air hard before I climbed in. "Nothing useful," I told him. It was a lie, but not one he cared about. The drive back felt shorter and less comfortable. I kept glancing at the tree line along the road as if I expected to see someone standing just inside it, watching cars pass. I didn't. There was only snow, trunks, low cloud, and the occasional trail cut disappearing into the woods. Still, the conversation in the store moved around in my head with a persistence I didn't like. "Did your father leave the ribbons up?" Not markers, not cloth. Ribbons. As if that were already the established word for them. I tried to think of innocent reasons the old man might know about them. Property lines.
trail tags, hunting routes, snowmobile turnoffs.
But each explanation snagged on the same point. Why had my father hidden them in a locked trunk? About halfway back to the cabin, on a stretch where the road narrowed between two heavy stands of pine, I slowed without quite knowing why. Something red at the edge of the snow had caught my eye. It was a strip of cloth tied low to a sapling just off the shoulder. Thin, faded, hanging maybe knee-high above the drift. Not bright enough to shout from a distance, but clear once seen. I stopped the truck. For a few seconds, I only sat there with the engine idling and watched that little piece of red move once in the windless cold, almost too lightly to call movement at all. I was nearly certain it had not been there when I drove down. Not absolutely certain. Grief and nerves and too much staring into woods can make you distrust your own memory faster than you'd think. Maybe I had missed it before. Maybe it had been tucked on the far side of the sapling and only showed now because of the angle. Maybe I was becoming the kind of person who goes into the mountains sad and comes back superstitious. But I did not get out to check. I drove on with the shape of that ribbon fixed in my mind the whole way back, thin and red and low to the ground, like a mark meant to be seen by something shorter than a man, or by something that never stood fully upright. Chapter 2: The Markers in the Snow. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sky had lowered even more. That was the first thing I noticed after I killed the engine and sat for a second, listening to it tick itself cooler in the silence. The cloud cover had come down until the whole mountain felt roofed over, the light flat and white in a way that made distances hard to judge. The clearing in front of the cabin looked broader than it had that morning, and somehow less open. Snow has a way of doing that. It brightens the ground while making everything beyond it seem farther away and harder to trust. Boone did not jump out right away. He stayed on the passenger seat, staring past me through the windshield at the tree line and the tall fir off to the right of the clearing. The same direction he kept returning to without seeming to mean to. I looked too. Nothing there but the sitting limb and the wall of pines behind it. Still, I found myself grabbing the grocery bag with the batteries and jerky faster than I needed to, as if getting indoors would settle something. It didn't. Once the supplies were put away and the coffee reheated and the cabin warmth on my face again, the same question remained where I'd left it. Why had my father hidden those markers? I took the map back out and spread it on the kitchen table with a beer bottle on one corner and the salt shaker on another to keep it flat. In daylight, with the room warm and ordinary around me, the hand-drawn line looked less like superstition and more like something a practical man had sketched after too much time alone in the woods. The clearing sat near the center. The marked points arced around it in an uneven, broken ring, then climbed along the uphill ridge behind the cabin, where the trees thickened and the ground rose sharply before dropping toward the back road. Not the property line, not even close. The line cared about the house. That was what kept bothering me. It was arranged around the cabin and its immediate woods, as though the structure itself mattered to whatever the system was. My father had drawn X's at certain points, little dark pressure marks from riding over the same places more than once. Some were low in the front timber, some along the left edge of the clearing, a few behind the cabin where nobody would have reason to walk unless they lived there. I stood over that table longer than I cared to admit, trying to hold on to the reasonable explanations while a worse one kept slipping underneath them. Finally, because I was young and proud and had inherited more of my father's stubbornness than I wanted, I decided I was going to test it. Not all of it, just enough to make myself feel stupid afterward. I took 3 of the red strips from the trunk and folded the map into my coat pocket. The plan, if it deserved that name, was simple. Find 2 or 3 of the marked points closest to the cabin, tie fresh cloth where it looked like markers might once have been, and prove to myself that nothing about it was charged or special. A private system only stays eerie as long as you leave it untouched. Once you participate in it and nothing happens, it becomes rope and fabric and old man habit again. That was what I believed when I called Boone to the door. He came, but when I stepped off the porch and started toward the tree line uphill of the cabin, he stopped. I turned. "Come on." He shifted his weight, ears partway back, then looked past me into the woods instead of at me. There was no dramatic refusal in it. Just a dog arriving at a line he had no interest in crossing. I had to walk back, take him by the collar, and coax him a few yards at a time through the snow until he grudgingly came with me, though every step said he thought I was making a bad decision. The woods changed almost immediately once we left the clearing. That sounds obvious, but open snow and forest snow are not the same environment. At the cabin's edge there was light, space, a clear sense of where things were. Under the trees, everything compressed. Snow clung to lower branches and weighted down the dark needles until the path between trunks felt narrower than it really was. Sound changed too. Out in the open, the world had room for wind and distance. In the timber, snow swallowed everything. Even my own footsteps seemed absorbed instead of echoed. Boone's tags made a tiny bright sound at his throat, and that was enough to make me want him quieter. I found the first marked point by matching the map to the angle of the cabin roofline behind me. At first I thought I'd guessed wrong. There was no post or blaze or obvious sign. Then I noticed an old strip of faded cloth lying half buried in the snow beside a sapling, its color so washed out it barely read as red anymore. It had either come loose or been torn free. My father's note came back to me in his exact, blunt handwriting. "If any of these are down, put them back before dark." I crouched and tied one of the fresh strips to the sapling, low, roughly at knee height. The cloth felt dry and strangely warm from being inside my coat pocket. Against the dark trunk, it looked ridiculous, too small to matter. "There," I said aloud, though there was nobody to hear me but Boone. He was facing deeper into the trees, not watching me. The second point lay farther uphill. I had to duck under a snow-loaded branch and angle around a deadfall to reach it. The ground rose enough there that when I glanced back, I could see the cabin below through the trunks, yellow window light faint against the white clearing. It looked farther away than it should have for the short distance I'd walked. The second tie point had an old marker still in place. It hung from a low branch and had been there so long the fabric had gone stiff as bark. One edge was darkened almost brown-black, not with mud exactly, or not only mud. When I touched it, it barely moved, frozen into itself. I stood there with my glove pinching the cloth and had the odd, unpleasant thought that I was touching something left out, not to mark territory, but to keep count of time. Boone made a sound behind me, half whine, half growl. "Easy." I tied my new strip to a neighboring branch and let the old one hang beside it. The two bits of red moved differently in the dead air, one limp with age, one soft and alive. For no reason I could name, that bothered me more than if the old one had simply fallen away. As I moved on, I started noticing other things around the marked points. Not immediately. The woods do not give up details all at once. They make you see one, then another, then realize you've been among them for several minutes already. Near the third tie point, half hidden under the edge of a log, lay a rabbit jaw, clean and small, and almost delicate except for the teeth. A few yards past that, propped where two roots broke the snow crust, was a narrow rib bone too clean to be fresh. At another marked branch, there were old wax drippings hardened on the bark, pale against the dark wood, as if somebody had once held a candle there, or let one burn down in the cold. Caught in the moss at the base of a sapling was a rusted iron hook, not large enough for butchering, too large for fishing. Individually, each thing could have belonged in the woods. Together, they did not. I stopped pretending otherwise then, though I kept walking. The map led me uphill toward the ridge behind the cabin, where the timber grew closer and the snow deepened in the shade. Boone's resistance got worse the farther we went. He kept crowding my leg, then surging ahead only to stop abruptly and look back at me with the pained disbelief of a dog being forced somewhere against every useful instinct he had. "Just a little farther," I said. The words came out hushed, as if I had already accepted there was some reason not to speak loudly here. The marked point near the ridge was harder to find because the ground broke unevenly there, little rises and dips hidden under smooth snow. I paced in a rough circle, checked the folded map again, then saw what looked like a shallow depression under a skim of blown powder near the base of a cedar. At first I thought it might just be a place where the snow had settled over a root ball. Then I noticed a strip of old red cloth pinned beneath the edge of it. I crouched and brushed snow aside with my glove. The first thing that appeared was a skull. Animal, I told myself instantly. Animal. It was weathered gray-white, half-buried, one side cracked from age or cold. Deer, maybe. Goat, if there had been goats on that mountain, which there weren't. I cleared more of it away and saw the muzzle shape, narrow and long enough to confirm it wasn't human. Relief came too fast and too thin, because tucked beneath it, partly under the jaw hinge as if the larger skull had been placed over it on purpose, was part of a human lower jaw. Not a whole skull, not enough to mistake, just the curved bone with several teeth still fixed in it, yellow and blunt and horribly ordinary. Small enough that for one monstrous second I thought child, though I had no reason to know that. It might have been an adult fragment, broken and worn, but human enough that every system in my body recognized it before my mind did. I jerked back so hard I fell onto one hand in the snow. For maybe 2 full seconds I couldn't do anything but stare. The cold bit through my glove where my palm had gone down. Boone was barking now, sharp and frantic, but from a distance that seemed wrong. I had the insane feeling that sound itself had stepped back from me. Then came the tapping. 3 slow knocks on a tree behind me. Not branch against branch, not something falling through the canopy. 3 distinct taps, evenly spaced, wood on wood, close enough that I felt them in my shoulders before I turned. I spun so fast I nearly slipped. Nothing, just trunks, snow-draped understory, the gray suggestion of the ridge through tightly packed timber. No movement, no person, no animal. No place for anything large to have hidden in the half-second since the sound. I listened until my ears rang with the effort. Nothing again. Then Boone yelped. Not barked. Yelp gasped. The sound a dog makes when something has startled him at the level of his nerves instead of his courage. I looked in time to see him bolt down slope between the trees toward the cabin, legs punching wildly through the snow as if distance were the only idea left in him. "Boone!" I grabbed for the map in my pocket, forgot it, left the red cloth strip in the snow, and ran after him. Running in deep snow through timber is less like sprinting and more like falling forward repeatedly with purpose. Branches slapped at my shoulders. Hidden dips took my footing. I could hear Boone crashing ahead of me, the desperate sound of him enough to keep me moving. Behind and to my left, something else began moving too. I did not see it. What I heard was pace. That is the only word that fits. Not random movement in the woods, not the separate noises of some animal startled into flight. Pace. Something matching my route through the trees at roughly my speed, staying offset behind me as though we were on opposite sides of a wall I could not see. There would be 3 or 4 impacts in the snow and brush, then silence while I stumbled and gasped, then movement again exactly when I regained stride. Once it sounded close enough that I flinched sideways, expecting breath at my shoulder. I still did not look directly toward it. Fear does strange arithmetic. Some part of me must have known that if I turned and saw a man, I would have to do something. If I turned and saw an animal, I would have to understand it. But as long as whatever kept pace with me remained just out of sight, I could continue moving toward the cabin with the excuse that I was not yet certain. The trees thinned all at once. I burst from the timber into the clearing so fast, I overshot the porch path and nearly went to one knee. Boone had already reached the front steps and wheeled there, barking at the woods, with his body low and forward. The cabin windows burned yellow behind him in the late afternoon gloom, and I have never in my life loved the sight of a building more. I turned then. At first I saw only the tree line and my own harsh breath clouding in front of me. Dusk had thickened while I'd been in the woods. The snow glare had begun going blue, that dead cold color it takes in the last usable light. The pines stood black and vertical, close packed as prison bars. For one heartbeat, I thought maybe I had outrun nothing. Maybe terror had simply dressed the forest in meaning and sent me crashing back to shelter like a fool. Then my eyes went to the tall fir, to the sitting limb. There was something on it. High above the ground, stretched or crouched along that horizontal branch, was a shape too still to identify cleanly before the failing light swallowed its edges. Not obviously human, not clearly anything else. Just a density where empty space should have been, occupying the limb with the ease of something that had known it longer than I had. I stared. Before I could decide whether I was truly seeing it, dusk pulled one more shade over the clearing, and the thing on the limb became only darkness among darkness. When I blinked, it was either gone or hidden so perfectly I could no longer separate it from the tree. Chapter 2. The Markers in the Snow. I did not run back into the woods to check the branch. I want to make that clear because pride has a way of rewriting fear into curiosity after the fact. I did not stand there in the clearing and squint heroically into the dusk. I did not call out. I did not walk closer to the tree to get a better look. I backed toward the porch, with Boone barking in front of me, and my eyes fixed on that limb, until the angle changed and the branch looked empty again. Or maybe only unreadable. Then I went inside and locked the cabin, like I meant it, for the first time since I'd arrived. Front door deadbolt. Handle lock. Kitchen window checked twice. Downstairs curtains pulled tight. Upstairs balcony door latched, then unlatched and relatched because I suddenly couldn't remember if I had done it right the first time. I moved through the place with that hard, careful speed panic gives you when you are trying not to let it become visible, even to yourself. Boone followed so close behind me, I stepped on his paw near the stairs, and he yelped. I flinched so badly, I nearly lost hold of the flashlight. "Sorry," I said, too sharply. He did not leave my side after that. I brought the deer rifle upstairs and leaned it within arm's reach of the bed. Until then, it had mostly been cargo. Just another cabin object in a place full of them. I had brought it because my father would have, because it felt wrong to go up there without some kind of long gun available, because remote places make people old-fashioned about their sense of preparedness. But when I set it against the wall beside the loft bed, I was no longer thinking in broad, practical terms. I was thinking about distance, angles, doors, how long it would take to get both hands on it in the dark. That should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, it calmed me for a few minutes. A rifle in a room changes your posture, even if you hope you never touch it. It lets you pretend there are still categories available to you. Threat, response, wood and steel between you and whatever else is out there. It was a lie, but a useful one. I tried to feed Boone around 5, maybe a little later. I poured kibble into his bowl and even broke up some jerky over the top of it, because he'd earned it, and because my father used to doctor dog food that way when Boone got picky in bad weather. He came to the bowl, lowered his head, sniffed once. Then he backed away and pressed himself against my leg instead. That unsettled me more than the branch had. An old dog refusing food in a place he knows means more than barking sometimes. I crouched and rubbed the loose skin at the side of his neck, feeling the tension there. "You okay?" He looked at me, then toward the front windows. It was barely full dark yet. The last of the blue snow glare lingered under the trees, and the cabin interior felt too bright in comparison. Yellow lamplight against blackening woods. The contrast made the windows look weak, like pieces cut out of a wall instead of barriers. I thought about all the times as a kid I had sat in that same warm room while my father moved around the kitchen or read one of his hunting magazines in the bridge chair, and how absolute the cabin had seemed then. Not just safe, but complete. A little island of our own noise and warmth the forest had no claim on. That memory hurt more sharply than I expected. I sat on the edge of the bed upstairs after Boone refused his food and took my phone out, mostly by reflex. No signal, of course. There hadn't been any since halfway up the mountain. Still, I scrolled to my father's contact before I could stop myself. His voicemail was still active then. I knew because a few days after the funeral, I had called it once from the bathroom at home, just to hear him say his name in that flat, irritated tone people use when they don't like leaving messages. I hadn't called again after that. It felt too close to asking for something impossible. But I looked at the number there in the loft bedroom and thought about dialing anyway, just to hear his voice fill the room for 5 seconds and make all of this feel more anchored to the world I understood. My thumb hovered over the call icon. Then Boone made a low sound in his throat, and I locked the screen instead. Outside, night came down fast. Mountain dark in winter does not arrive gradually once the sun is gone. It closes. 1 minute the clearing still has shape and depth. The next, the tree line has become a single black mass, and everything beyond the windows looks like distance without content. The wind picked up somewhere high in the pines, enough to send a long, dry hush over the roof. The cabin answered in its familiar ways. A beam ticking, the stove settling, the occasional soft complaint of old glass. I told myself to listen to those sounds for what they were, and not to load them with meaning. For a while that worked. I kept the downstairs lights on, and the loft lamp too. I sat on the bed with the rifle across my knees, not pointed at anything yet, just held the way you hold an object to justify having brought it close. Boone lay on the floor beside me, rather than getting up on the bed like he normally did. His body stayed tense, even when his eyes half closed. Every so often his ears twitched independently toward some sound below. I do not know exactly what time the first step came. There is a point in fear where minutes stop behaving like units and become weather instead. It had been dark long enough that the windows showed only my own dim reflection. I had almost convinced myself that whatever I'd seen or imagined on the branch would stay in the category of maybe forever. Then Boone lifted his head. Not all at once, just a slow, deliberate rise, chin coming off the floor, ears forward. I held still. A second later, I heard it. One step on the roof. I did not understand it at first, because my brain tried so hard to turn it into something else. Branch shift, snowslide, ice settling. But no branch grows out over that part of the roof, and snow doesn't land with rhythm. This was a single impact, above and slightly behind me, directly overhead in the loft, solid enough to vibrate faintly through the timber. Then another, then 4 more. 6 slow, deliberate steps crossing the roofline above the bed, heavier than branches, lighter than a man in boots on dry wood, but bipedal in the way rhythm tells the truth before thought can interfere. 2-beat spacing, weight transfer, intentional pace. Whatever made those sounds was not scrambling, it was walking. I remember trying to reason through the geometry of it while my body froze. There was no ladder propped outside, no tree close enough to let a person simply step across to the roof, at least not from that side. If someone had climbed up from the balcony, I should have heard them first. If an animal had somehow gained the ridgeline and dropped down, it should not have sounded like that. Nothing should have sounded like that. The steps stopped directly above the loft bed. Every muscle in Boone's body locked. For maybe 2 seconds there was nothing, and in that nothing, I became aware of how loud my own breathing was and how hard I was gripping the rifle. Then, 3 taps above my head. Not heavy enough to be pounding, not random enough to be settling. 3 distinct knocks, spaced evenly, from the roof immediately overhead. Boone began to whine. It wasn't loud, but it was the most frightened sound I had heard from him in years. He pressed against the side of the bed, eyes up, as if he could track the thing through the ceiling by sound alone. I stood too quickly, shouldered the rifle, grabbed the flashlight, and forced myself down the stairs 1 careful step at a time. The house looked different when I reached the main floor. Same furniture, same stove glow, same drawn curtains. But the shape of the rooms had changed, because now the ceiling was not part of the structure. It was the underside of wherever something was. I swept the flashlight first toward the front windows, then the kitchen, then the hallway to the rear bathroom. Nothing. No broken glass, no movement inside. Boone crowded the stair landing behind me so tightly I could feel his breath against my calf. The narrow bathroom window at the back of the cabin drew me next, though I can't say why. Maybe because it was the weakest-looking opening in the whole place. Maybe because from there, anything standing close would be near enough to hear me breathe. The beam of the flashlight found the window and held. For a second, I saw only dark glass and the faint reflection of the hall behind me. Then I noticed the moisture. There was fogging on the inside of the pane. Not across all of it, just one elongated patch near the middle, beaded and beginning to run in thin lines, as if something warm had recently pressed close enough to change the cold surface. I knew what the cabin temperature was. I knew that glass. I knew that kind of condensation did not appear there on its own, in that shape. Before I could do anything with that thought, a tap sounded from the front of the house. Sharp, small, glass. I turned so fast, the flashlight beam skipped wildly across the hallway and kitchen wall. Another tap came, this time from the front door window. Not a bang, not knuckles hammering, just one neat contact, like a fingernail or a bone, or the end of something hard touching the pane. Then silence. I stood there, waiting for the next one from the same place, because that is how doors work. That is how visitors work. But the next tap came from the right side wall of the cabin instead, farther down, dry against wood. Then from the kitchen window. Then from the rear wall near the bathroom. The sound began moving. At first, it was spaced out enough that I thought maybe there were two sources: wind and nerves, an animal and my fear, some combination. But within less than a minute, the pattern became unmistakable. Tap at the front, pause. Tap on the side wall, pause. Tap at the rear, pause. Another at the opposite side. The thing outside was circling the cabin. It was not trying windows to see which were weak. It was not throwing itself against the door. It was not desperate, clumsy, or hidden. It was showing me the perimeter. That realization slid into place so coldly and so completely that I actually lowered the flashlight for a moment and just listened. Once I understood it, the whole behavior changed shape. The pauses were too measured, the route too complete. It moved all the way around, then began again. Front, right wall, rear, left side, front. A circuit. Boone would turn his head each time before the sound came, tracking it around us. Sometimes he gave a low moan. Sometimes he just stared. I backed into the living room and took position where I could see the stairs and most of the main floor at once. Then sat in my father's bridge chair because it put the rifle at the right height, and because some old frightened child part of me thought sitting where he always sat might make me harder to reach. The tapping continued. I do not know how many circuits it made that night. A dozen at least, maybe more. Once or twice it paused long enough that I thought it had left, and the silence that followed was somehow worse, because I understood by then that I would hear it again. Fear gets changed by repetition. The first shock gives way to something heavier and more humiliating. You begin waiting in advance. Your body learns the pattern before your mind wants it to. Around midnight, or what I guessed was midnight, it varied the path. Instead of tapping the kitchen window after the front wall, it moved higher. I heard a soft impact on the balcony above, just enough weight on wood to make the loft floor faintly answer. Then one tap on the upstairs glass. I stared up at the dark ceiling, not moving. The next tap came from the rear wall downstairs again, as if it had only gone up there to remind me the second floor existed. By then I was cold despite the stove. Not truly cold in temperature, but that interior draining sensation you get when you've been afraid too long without action. My shoulders hurt from holding the rifle. My eyes burned. Boone had not left my side except once to lap water in quick, nervous swallows before hurrying back. He still would not touch his food. There were stretches when the wind rose and the cabin's own sounds almost covered the circuit. And during those moments, I could pretend for 5 or 10 seconds that I had imagined the whole thing. Then the tapping would return from a new angle with the precise patience of a hand on glass, and the fantasy would die again. A strange thought came to me sometime in the worst middle hours. It did not need me to see it. That was what separated this from all the scary stories people tell about intruders and drifters and mountain weirdness. A person who means to terrify you eventually wants a result: entry, confrontation, a scream, movement, some proof that they've reached you. Whatever was outside seemed satisfied with arrangement, route, repetition, presence. It wanted me to understand where it could go and how often. Toward morning, the sound changed one last time. The taps had grown less frequent by then, spread thinner between long silences. My body had started doing that awful, half-failing thing it does when exhaustion tries to drag you down, even while fear keeps you upright. I had not fallen asleep, but the edges of the room had gone dull and dreamlike. Then from upstairs, directly beside the loft bed, came a slow dragging sound across the balcony door. Not a tap, a scratch. Light, deliberate. Like fingernails being drawn over glass, just hard enough to be heard, not hard enough to mark. Boone stood so fast he knocked into my leg. The scratching went from one side of the door to the other in a single unhurried pass, then stopped. I sat in the bridge chair until dawn, with the rifle aimed at the stairs and my father's house creaking around me. Finally understanding something I had been resisting all night. Whatever was outside did not need to break in to take control of the cabin. It only needed to keep moving around it until the whole place belonged to its pattern instead of mine. Chapter 3. The Face at the Glass. Dawn did not make me feel safer. It made me feel foolish first, then sick. That's the problem with surviving a night like that in one piece. Part of you wakes up already trying to negotiate with the memory of it. In the gray minutes before full light, with the stove still warm, and Boone breathing somewhere close, and the rifle heavy across my lap, I caught myself almost hoping I had been trapped in some long mountain exaggeration of fear. Wind made strange acoustics. Old cabins settle. Lack of sleep sharpens patterns until every sound becomes a signal. I had not seen a face. I had not seen hands on glass. I had heard taps, steps, scratches, and the rest could still maybe be arranged into something less insane. Then the windows began to show the outside world again. The dark thinned from black to charcoal to a wet slate color over the clearing. Shapes returned. The front windows stopped reflecting so much of the room and started offering up the yard beyond. Boone had not moved far from me all night. When I stood, he stood too, stiff and tired and unwilling to let even one doorway come between us. I carried the rifle to the living room, set it beside the couch, and reached for the curtain. For a second, I hesitated. That tiny pause told me more about my own mind than I wanted to know. I was afraid of what daylight might confirm. That should not happen in a sane world. Morning is supposed to strip fear down to what it really is. Morning is supposed to expose exaggeration. But my hand stayed on the fabric a beat too long before I finally pulled it open. The clearing looked as if something had used the cabin for orbit. Tracks ran around it in a broad, continuous loop, crossing and recrossing the same path so many times the snow had been churned into a dark, compacted lane in places. Racetrack was the first word that came to mind. Stupid and childish, and exactly right. The prints were most visible where they passed closest to the front porch. Long, narrow impressions with those same wrong toe-like marks at the front. But even where the individual shapes blurred together, the route they formed was unmistakable. A wide circle around the house, then another, then another. Not random wandering, not an approach and retreat. Pattern. I stood with the curtain still in one hand and followed the line of the tracks with my eyes until my stomach turned cold all over again. There were marks on the balcony, too. From the angle of the front room, I could see the drift built up below the upstairs railing and the dark, weathered boards beyond it. Snow had blown onto the balcony in thin patches during the night, and those patches had been disturbed, dragged through, compacted, broken by weight. At one corner, there was a clear print pressed into the snow crust near the railing. The front of it split into those same narrow toe impressions. Up at the edge of the roofline above the balcony, a run of snow had been knocked loose or disturbed. Not enough to tell me how something had gotten there, just enough to prove something had. No ladder leaned anywhere against the cabin. No branch overhung that side of the roof. No sane human root presented itself. Boone brushed past me and went straight to the front door before I could stop him. I opened it with the rifle slung awkwardly in one hand, and the cold hit me so fast my eyes watered. The air smelled different from the day before, sharper, as if the temperature had dropped overnight and held there. Boone descended the steps, head low, moving along the edge of the packed track with the care of a dog reading bad news. I followed more slowly. Seeing the prints up close in daylight did not help. If anything, it made them worse. The proportions still refused to settle into a category that felt safe. They suggested a bare foot without being quite human. They suggested something heavy, without the clumsy full-depth sink of boots. There were places where the stride lengthened oddly, as if whatever made them had crossed the same ground in two different ways over the course of the night, sometimes measured, sometimes almost gliding. The track line around the cabin wall stayed unnervingly consistent, as if it had a preferred distance and kept to it. I walked the loop around the house because not walking it felt worse. Around the side wall, below the kitchen window, the prints passed so close, the splashed-up grit from the foundation showed inside a few of them. At the rear wall, beneath the narrow bathroom window, there was an area where the snow had been worked into a shallow trough from repeated standing and shifting. I crouched there and looked up at the window, remembering the fog on the inside glass, the sensation of something warm and close just beyond it. My hand tightened around the flashlight without my permission. Then Boone made a choked, ugly sound farther down the wall. I turned and saw him frozen near the rear corner of the cabin, not barking this time, just staring at a splintered place in the siding about knee height. At first, I didn't see what had caught him. Then I took 2 steps closer and wished I hadn't. Something dark had clotted into the torn wood where a splinter stuck outward. Blood, almost black in the cold, dried thick around the edges and still a little tacky looking at the center where it had gathered in a small lump. Tangled in it were a few coarse black hairs or strands of fur, too dark to be Boone's and too stiff-looking to belong to any clean domestic thing. The smear ran downward in a line that had frozen as it fell. I stared at it longer than I should have, trying to fit even this into something survivable. If it bled, I thought, if it left hair, then this was physical. The thought did not comfort me the way it should have. Physical only matters if the thing doing the bleeding belongs to rules you understand. I took out my phone and started photographing everything. The prints, the balcony, the roof edge, the clotted blood and hair on the splinter, the rear standing patch below the bathroom window, the packed lane around the front. It felt absurd because there was still no signal and no one to send them to, but it was the first useful behavior my body had offered me since the previous evening. Documentation, evidence, the ordinary modern impulse to trap an impossible thing inside rectangles and timestamps. A few of the photos came out sharp. Others blurred strangely despite my hands being steady enough by then. In one shot of the rear wall, the blood looked almost brown instead of black. In another, The print nearest the siding seemed shallower than it had looked to my eye. I told myself that was angle and morning glare and a mediocre phone camera. But I took extra shots anyway. Inside again, I went to the kitchen and tried the old wall phone my father kept for cabin emergencies. The line had always been unreliable in storms, but there had been years when it still worked often enough for local calls. I picked up the receiver and heard nothing. Not static, not hiss. Just a dead, blank absence that somehow felt more unnatural than noise would have. I jiggled the cradle, checked the cord, tried again, then carried the dead receiver in my hand for several seconds before setting it down harder than necessary. I looked at the front windows, looked at Boone, looked at the truck through the curtain slit. Leave now, some part of me said. The road was still there. The truck still started. The thing had not broken into the cabin, had not blocked the drive, had not done anything that physically prevented me from loading Boone and getting off that mountain while daylight held. I should have left right then. I know that in the flat, clean way you know mistakes only after living past them. But fear and panic do not automatically produce action. Sometimes they do the opposite. They flood you with so many ugly possibilities at once that standing still feels like strategy. I started imagining the drive out with the thing in the trees beside the road. A skid on a blind corner. The truck ditching in fresh snow. Being outside the cabin instead of inside it if night came early or weather closed. Daylight made the place terrible, yes, but daylight also gave the cabin shape again. Walls, corners, doors, a stove, a rifle, a known layout. That felt like control, even if it wasn't. I convinced myself that if I stayed calm through the morning and early afternoon, I could sort enough of this out to make leaving safer and less hysterical. That was the story I told myself while I put on my coat and went back out to the shed. The storage area looked more hostile in daylight than it had the day before. Not because anything had changed, exactly. More because now I knew how much of my father's life might have been arranged around things he never spoke of. Every coffee can and bait bucket and hanging tool seemed capable of hiding some second meaning. I went through the shed methodically at first. Flashlight on the shelf, spare lantern mantles, rope, fuel bottle, shovel, nails, a box of old shell casings. I was not even sure what I was looking for beyond something useful and comprehensible. A neighbor's name, a note that explained the ribbons in terms of fences or trespassers or bear deterrence. Instead, I found a handheld radio shoved in a crate behind 2 gas cans. It was one of those old battery-operated emergency radios, olive drab plastic with a cracked antenna and a faded manufacturer sticker half peeled off. I recognized it instantly as my father's, because he used to carry it during hunting season when the weather came in too fast for trust. I wiped it off with my sleeve, thumbed the switch, and got nothing. Then I opened the battery compartment and found 4 batteries still in it, crusted slightly at the edges, but not dead enough to leak. I worked the contacts with my knife tip, tapped the casing against my palm, and tried again. This time the speaker coughed out a wash of static. The sound made me jump harder than I want to admit. It steadied after a second into the flat hiss of an untuned frequency. I turned the dial slowly. More static. A broken fragment of weather band. More static. Nothing useful yet, but alive, functional. That alone felt valuable. Behind the crate where I'd found it, taped to the back wall of the shed at shoulder height, was an envelope. Brown, weather curled at the edges. Held in place with 2 strips of old duct tape gone brittle. On the front, In my father's handwriting were 5 words. If it starts again. I actually stopped breathing for a moment. The shed felt very small then, smaller than the cabin had, smaller than a room should feel with daylight coming through the gaps in its boards. I peeled the envelope down carefully, as if rough hands might somehow alter what was inside. The paper crackled with cold. My own name was nowhere on it. No date, no explanation. Just those 4 words in his writing, all lowercase, like he had been in a hurry or too tired to write the way he usually did. Inside were extra rifle shells, a road flare wrapped in plastic, and a folded note. This one was shorter than the first. The same blocky handwriting, same hard pressure of pen into paper. It read, "Do not follow it into the trees. Do not answer if it uses a voice you know." I read it once, then again, slower. The first sentence hit me like a warning meant for any frightened person. Don't chase movement. Don't let panic drag you out of shelter. Fine. My father would say something like that if he believed some dangerous drifter or wounded animal was circling the property. The second sentence did something worse. Do not answer if it uses a voice you know. Not if you hear one. Not if someone calls. If it uses a voice you know. I stood there in the shed, holding the note at arm's length, as though distance would change the wording. Then my eyes went back to the envelope. If it starts again. Again. That was the word that hollowed me out. Not if something happens. Not if there's trouble. Not if someone's on the property. Again. My father had experienced this before. Chapter 3, The Face at the Glass. For a long time after I read that note, I just stood there in the shed, holding it between 2 fingers like it might stain me. The radio hissed softly on the shelf beside me, adding a thin layer of static to the cold quiet. And that somehow made everything worse. Silence can still be argued with. Static feels like failed contact, like something trying and not reaching you all the way. My father had not been guessing. That was what the note took from me. Up until then, even after the tracks and the taps and the branch and the blood on the siding, some part of me had still been trying to preserve him as separate from it. A dead father, a cabin, a bad night, strange local habits. Those things could still exist side by side without touching. But the envelope and the phrase on it, if it starts again, meant he had known the shape of this before I was born. Maybe before Boone. Maybe before the cabin had even started feeling old. I went back inside with the radio tucked under one arm, the shells and flare and note in my coat pocket, and started tearing through the cabin the way people search after a death. Too late, too rough. Angry at ordinary objects for not having explained themselves sooner. Drawers first. The kitchen junk drawer. The sideboard under the living room lamp. The little cabinet over the sink where my father kept aspirin, waterproof matches, and folded bills in a tobacco tin. Then the loft dresser, the nightstand, the stack of old hunting magazines, the shelf in the mudroom where manuals and folded maps had collected for years. I opened boxes that didn't need opening and unfolded receipts that had no business mattering. Hardware store slips, fuel purchases, dog food, sporting goods, chain repair, motel coffee from towns farther east. Most of it meant nothing. Then the patterns started to emerge. In one of the desk drawers under a stack of utility bills, I found an old wall calendar with several winter dates circled in red. Not holidays, not hunting season. The circled dates fell irregularly across different years. Late December, mid-January, one in February, one in early March. Some had tiny notes beside them in my father's blocky writing. North side, downwind, all night. Tracks behind Bath wall, reset before dark. I spread the calendar pages out on the table and found 2 more folded beneath a property tax envelope. Same circles, same winters, same kinds of notes. A private record, but not one made for storytelling. Too sparse, too repetitive. Men don't lie to themselves in handwriting like that. Not over years. Up in the loft closet, I found an old plastic bin shoved behind blankets and moth-eaten sleeping bags. Inside were hunting logs, weather notes, a few old topo maps, a package of zip ties, and 2 notebooks warped from years of damp. Most of the pages were normal enough. Deer movement, snow depth, where he'd seen tracks, what he'd shot, what he hadn't. Then there would be entries that made no sense until I read them beside the note from the shed. Boone, too young. Jasper refused North Trail, same as before. Markers pulled west side after storm. Snow drifted over Gut Pit. Found it uncovered this morning. Rehung south side. That last one stopped me. I read it 3 times. Found the Gut Pit uncovered. Rehung south side. Not covered the Gut Pit, not filled it. Rehung south side. As if whatever the problem was had less to do with remains in the pit than with something suspended or marked around it. As if the pit itself was already a known feature in a larger arrangement. Jasper had been the dog before Boone, an old liver-colored pointer my father had when I was little. I barely remembered him beyond the smell of wet feathers and old dog breath, but I remembered him freezing at certain trails and needing to be dragged no farther. Back then I thought he was just old or stubborn. Reading that note years later, I saw Boone's hesitation in him immediately. A line of dogs refusing the same direction through the same woods over years. I sat at the kitchen table with papers spread in front of me and felt rage start rising under the fear. Not panic, not even grief at first. Anger, because hearing that my father had hidden things was one kind of wound. Discovering he had built a system around them and said nothing to anyone he loved was another. If he knew there was something in those woods that came close to the house, that moved on the roof, that cared whether those red markers were up or down, then what exactly had he imagined he was protecting us from by staying silent? And what had he exposed us to every year we came up there for Christmas, or storms, or stupid happy family weekends while he made coffee and acted like the mountain belonged to him? I hated him a little in that moment. Not the whole of him, not fairly, but enough to feel ashamed even while the anger fed me. I kept searching. In a plastic grocery sack tucked into the back of the same closet bin, I found a microcassette recorder and 4 labeled tapes held together with a rubber band gone soft with age. The recorder was one of those cheap little dictation models people used to carry for notes. Black plastic, tiny speaker grill, 2 AA batteries inside, both dead. My hands shook putting fresh ones in. The first tape I tried held nothing but weather notes, snowfall amounts, one rambling description of a washout on the lower road. A grocery reminder in my father's voice that hurt me more than it should have because he sounded alive and mildly irritated about forgetting lamp oil. The second tape started with 2 long clicks and static. Then his voice came through. Soft. Too soft. Not the way he spoke at dinner or on the phone or even while hunting. This was the voice of a man trying not to carry. North side again, he said. Wind took 2, or something took 2. Hard to tell when the snow drifts over and then opens up. A pause. Static hiss. Then, Movement on the roof around 1:30. Stayed over the loft longer this time. I stopped breathing. There it was. Plain as hardware. No drama in it. No attempt to make himself sound brave or frightened. Just record keeping in a voice pitched low because somebody nearby might hear. I pressed the recorder closer to my ear. "It comes closer when the markers are taken down," he said after another gap. "Closer and earlier. Doesn't always mean the same night, but it notices." A scrape of fabric. Maybe his sleeve against the recorder. Maybe him looking over his shoulder. He spoke again, lower. "House noises don't fool me anymore. Roof's different, walls different. It knows the house better every year." I shut the recorder off so abruptly, the click sounded violent in the kitchen. The room sat around me exactly as before. Stove heat, curtained windows, Boone pacing once through the living room and back. But everything had changed. My father had known the difference between the cabin's own sounds and something moving with intention around it. He had known it tracked the markers. He had known it was learning the place. And he never told us. I put the recorder down and stood up so fast the chair legs screeched against the floor. Boone jumped. "What the hell were you doing?" I said out loud, to the room, to the dead, to the man whose coffee mug was still on the shelf and whose handwriting was all over the table in front of me. My voice sounded cracked and stupid in the cabin. I thought of my mother insisting the cabin be sold immediately. I thought of how flat she'd gone every time its name came up after the funeral, like the subject had edges she didn't want to touch. I had taken that for grief and avoidance. Maybe it was. But now another possibility opened under it. Maybe she knew something was wrong there. Not all of it, not enough to explain, but enough to want the place out of our lives as quickly as possible. Maybe Ray had not hidden this only from me. That thought should have sent me straight to the truck. It nearly did. I actually gathered the recorder, the notes, the map, and the extra shells into one pile and looked toward the front door with the raw, practical intention to leave before noon. The weather report had warned of more snow coming by evening. The road was still open. Boone was already agitated enough to leap at any sign of motion. Everything sensible pointed downhill. But fear and curiosity had gotten tangled by then, and grief was threaded through both of them. I could not leave with only fragments. Not after hearing my father's voice say those things in that tone. Not after realizing he had lived with this, and perhaps died without ever telling me why. I wanted one whole answer. Not because I thought I would get one, but because the alternative was worse. The alternative was going home and spending the rest of my life wondering what, exactly, he had spent years maintaining in those woods. So I took the map, the rifle, Boone, and one last bad decision out the front door. There was a marked point north of the cabin I had not reached the day before, beyond a low rise where the map line thickened and turned oddly inward before bending back toward the ridge. I followed that direction by eye and memory rather than any trail. The snow had the hard glazed surface it gets in shaded patches after a night of freezing, crusting over in places and collapsing under me in others. Boone came unwillingly, staying so close his shoulder brushed my leg every few steps. The farther north I moved from the clearing, the more the woods lost any sense of being part of a property and became only woods again. Dense pines, low deadfall, the muffled hush of snow swallowing distance. The cabin disappeared behind the rise sooner than I expected. Once it was out of sight, I felt that old childish wrongness I used to feel in department stores when I lost visual contact with my parents for even a second. The mountain seemed instantly larger and less interested in whether I found my way back through it. The marked point turned out to be not a tree, but a depression. At first, I thought it was a collapsed snow pocket around a stump. Then I noticed scattered bones near the edge where the snow was thinner, and the smell reached me a second later. Cold, old, faintly greasy underneath the clean winter air. Not fresh rot, not enough for that. Something long weathered, but not entirely emptied of itself. I stopped. Boone crouched so suddenly beside me that the leashless movement looked like somebody had kicked his legs out from under him. He did not bark. He stared. I brushed snow off the near edge with my boot and found the pit. Shallow, maybe 3 feet across, a little longer than it was wide, lined not with stones, but with old refuse and remains. Deer skulls with antlers gone, jaw fragments, long bones cracked open, wax drippings hardened in pale runs over frozen dirt and old leaves. Beer cans so old the labels had faded into metallic ghosts. Rusted pull tabs from years before cans stopped needing them. And half buried in one side, as if it had been shoved there and left, part of a child's winter boot. Blue nylon stiff with age, one torn Velcro strap still clinging to the side. It looked like a dump, an altar, and a bait site all at once. That is still the truest description I have. Nothing about it belonged to one clean category. Hunters leave parts behind. Drunks throw cans in the woods. Teenagers play at rituals where nobody is meant to come back and check the props. But this had been used over time, maintained, added to. The deer skulls were in different states of age, some nearly white, some still dark in the hollows. The wax sat in layers. The boot was old enough to suggest years. The whole thing had the ugly patience of a place that had been returned to. I took one step back. That was when I heard the knock. Just once, close enough to the right that I felt it more than localized it. A single hard rap against a nearby trunk. I turned toward the sound and saw only trees. No movement, no person, no animal launching away through brush. The silence afterward had that packed quality snow gives sound, as if the forest had leaned in and was waiting to see what I would do next. I did the smartest thing I'd done in hours. I backed away. Not fast, not yet. Just one step, then another, keeping my eyes moving and the rifle held wrong and too tight across my chest. Boone was already retreating in a crouch, every line of his body angled toward the direction of the cabin. Then, from deeper in the woods ahead of us, far enough to belong to the trees, close enough to be unmistakable, I heard my father say my name. Eli. Same cadence, same flatness on the first syllable, same weight he used when he wanted my attention, but not the whole neighborhood's. For one traitorous half-second, my body responded before my mind did. My head lifted, my mouth almost opened. Boone saved me. He dropped lower, teeth bared, and let out a snarling sound I had never heard from him in all the years I'd known him. Not fear now, recognition and refusal. It snapped whatever had begun to happen inside me. No grief hallucination and no trick of wind can make a dog answer like that to your dead father's voice. I turned and ran. I did not look behind me. Not once. Branches tore at my sleeves. Snow broke under my boots in loud, panicked bursts. Boone crashed beside me, or just ahead, I couldn't tell which, only that he was with me and moving as if the woods behind us had become one single thing to escape. I kept waiting to hear the voice again, closer this time, or footsteps matching ours through the trees, or that measured tapping on wood from impossible directions. But all I heard was my own breath. Boone's frantic passage and the blood hammering in my ears until the clearing opened ahead and the cabin came back into view like something hauled up from underwater. Chapter 3. The Face at the Glass. I should have left the moment I got back inside. That is the clean version, the sensible version. The version a person with the right instincts tells afterward, usually from somewhere warm and well lit, when the road is no longer a factor and fear has had enough time to organize itself into advice. But the actual sequence was uglier than that. I came through the front door with Boone nearly tangling in my legs, slammed it shut, threw the deadbolt, and stood there with my chest burning from the run and my hands shaking so badly I could hear the rifle stock tapping lightly against the wall. Outside, the clearing had already begun to dim into that late afternoon gray that passes for evening in winter before you're ready for it. I crossed to the front window, pulled the curtain aside with 2 fingers, and looked out. Nothing in the clearing, nothing on the sitting limb, nothing moving between the pines. That should have reassured me. It didn't. It only reminded me that the worst things I had encountered so far had appeared in silence and stayed just long enough to be undeniable before becoming uncertain again. I started packing almost immediately. Not thoroughly, not sanely. I moved through the cabin in short, rough bursts, throwing things into the duffel I'd brought without any real system. The recorder, the tapes, my father's notes, the map, the extra shells, flashlights, batteries, the road flare, my charger, though there was still no signal and no reason to think there would be. I left half the groceries on the counter. Left 1 boot by the stove for 10 full minutes before realizing I'd only packed the other. Each object I touched felt like part of 2 separate problems. What I needed to survive the night, and what I needed to carry away so that later I could prove to myself I hadn't imagined any of this. Boone paced the back hallway and would not come upstairs. I had never seen him claim a position in the cabin the way he did that evening. He stayed near the rear bathroom and utility wall, head lowered, body trembling in a way that made his fur shiver visibly along his ribs. Every now and then, he would take 3 or 4 slow steps toward the front room as if to rejoin me, then stop and look back down the hallway, drawn unwillingly toward whatever space his fear had chosen. When I called him, he came, but only briefly. Then he drifted back again. The weather made the decision for me before I could finish making it myself. Sometime just after dark, snow began falling again. At first, it was the dry, whispering kind that barely shows in the beam of the porch light. Then the flakes grew larger and more frequent, until the windows filled with slanting white motion, and the clearing began softening at the edges. I stood on the front porch under the overhang for less than 30 seconds, and could already feel the new accumulation taking hold on the steps and rail. The road out was bad enough in daylight. In a fresh night's snowfall, with nerves shot and visibility dropping, it would be suicide to force the truck down the mountain unless I absolutely had to. That realization settled into me with the dead heaviness of a trap spring closing. I wasn't leaving before morning, not unless the cabin itself became worse than the road. So I did the only thing left to do. I turned on every light in the house. Living room lamp, kitchen overhead, hallway light, bathroom light, loft lamp, even the little utility bulb near the rear door that gave off a yellow, weak, almost diseased-looking glow. I wanted no pocket of darkness inside the cabin that was not explained. The place lost all sense of coziness under that much light. Instead, it looked exposed, every room flattened and a little ugly, as if I had opened it for inspection. But I preferred ugly and visible to shadows that might hold shapes for half a second too long. The radio from the shed sat on the kitchen table beside my phone and the recorder. It spat static most of the evening. Sometimes the hiss would settle into weatherband fragments, road conditions, overnight accumulations, temperatures dropping below normal after midnight, before dissolving again into crackle and breathy emptiness. Other times, there was only the broken wash of frequencies not quite resolving into speech. I kept it on because silence felt worse, and because some primitive, hopeful part of me wanted a human voice in the room, even if it was only a county forecast and not help. Around 9, maybe a little later, I made myself eat 2 spoonfuls of canned chili standing at the counter, and then gave up. Boone still refused food. He came once to the bowl, sniffed it, and backed away so abruptly the metal scraped across the floor. After that, he settled near the back hallway again, not lying down, just standing with his weight shifting subtly from paw to paw, eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the bathroom door frame, though the light was on in there, and there was nowhere for darkness to gather. Every so often, I caught myself looking at the recorder tapes and feeling a bitter, stupid urge to put one of them in and force my father to explain himself from beyond the grave. But there were no explanations on those tapes, only evidence that he had known, evidence that he had measured and adapted and hidden. Every time I looked at his handwriting, the anger came back sharp enough to almost drown the fear for a minute. That was when the radio whispered. I say whispered because that is how it reached me. Not through clear audio, not as a clean phrase, but as a piece of voice rising through static in a tone so close to speech at your shoulder that I turned before I understood what I'd heard. Don't let it stand there. I froze with one hand on the counter. The radio hissed, cracked, popped once, then nothing but static again. My mouth had gone dry so fast I could feel the back of my tongue sticking. I stepped closer to the table and turned the volume up a notch, then down, then changed the frequency slightly and got only the same sea noise of broken signal. But I had heard it. I was sure of that. Not a random syllable combination shaped by panic, a phrase in my father's voice. Not the voicemail voice, not the soft recorder voice, the ordinary voice he used when he wanted you to understand that he was giving an instruction, not making conversation. Don't let it stand there. There where? I looked toward the back hallway before I meant to. Boone was already looking there. Snow kept falling. The cabin lights burned hot and yellow. The radio hissed like a bad lung. I sat at the kitchen table with the rifle laid across it and stared at nothing for what might have been 10 minutes or an hour. Fear had become less dramatic by then. That was the worst part. It wasn't a spike anymore. It was a pressure, steady and humiliating, making every ordinary action feel slightly wrong. Sometime near midnight, Boone's posture changed. He had been rigid all evening, but there is a difference between generalized dread and focus. I saw the focus arrive in him the way a current arrives in wire. His head lifted higher. The trembling stopped. His mouth closed. Then a deep growl started in his chest. Not loud, not wild, but low enough that I felt it before I fully heard it. He was facing the rear bathroom. I stood up with the flashlight in one hand and the rifle in the other. Boone. He did not look at me. The hallway to the bathroom was narrow enough that the rear window always felt closer than it should have. Light from the small overhead bulb made the painted walls look thinner than drywall ought to be. And beyond the bathroom door, the slit window showed only a black vertical strip cut into the night. I moved toward it slowly, every step loud in the cabin. Boone came 2 paces behind me and then stopped. The growl stayed in him, building and thinning and building again. A soft click sounded against the glass. Not a knock, less than that. The tiny, intimate sound of something hard making contact with the pane. I brought the flashlight up and aimed. The beam found the window and held. For a fraction of a second, I saw only reflected light and fog. Then the angle shifted, and a face came out of the black like something pressed upward through dark water. It was so close to the glass that there was no room for context around it. No shoulders at first, no body, just skin and breath and the shape of a head forcing itself into the narrow frame. The skin looked stretched, not torn, not decomposed, not theatrical in any way my mind could safely file under fake. Just too tight over the bone beneath it, pale to the point of gray where thawing snow slicked it and ran in tiny beads down the cheek. Its mouth was open slightly, not in a snarl, more as if breathing through it required no effort and no embarrassment. Breath fogged the pain in small bursts that bloomed and vanished and bloomed again. The eyes were too dark to read at first, because the beam hit the glass and reflected back. But I could still tell they were looking directly at me. The head tilted once, then back the other way, in tiny bird-like adjustments, as if trying to improve its angle on me through the slit. It did not lunge. It did not bare teeth. It simply watched. I stumbled backward so hard, my heel caught the hallway runner and sent me into the wall. The flashlight flew from my hand, hit the floor, and spun its beam crazily across the ceiling before landing face up. Boone lunged with one explosive bark that cracked into a yelp almost immediately. He rushed the hallway, stopped dead 3 feet short of the bathroom door, and then retreated so violently he scrabbled sideways into the kitchen and vanished under the table. By the time I got the rifle fully shouldered again, the window was black. Not empty in any way I trusted, just black. Then the tapping started. Front door first. A clean, quick tap on the glass near the latch. Before I could turn toward it, another came from the side wall. Then the kitchen window, then the rear wall. Faster than the previous night, confident. Less like circling now, and more like demonstrating range. The cabin changed shape around me at once. Every surface became reachable. Every wall a potential point of contact. I backed into the living room and grabbed the flashlight off the floor. Boone stayed under the table, teeth showing, eyes huge in the underside shadows. Tap at the front, tap at the kitchen, tap from the staircase side wall. Then a heavy impact overhead. Not the measured roof steps from before. Something landing on the balcony with enough force to rattle the loft railing and sift a whisper of dust from the beam over the stairs. My whole body clenched. I could hear the balcony boards answering each other under weight now. One groan, then another, close together. Whatever was out there was no longer making any effort to hide the fact that it could reach the second floor whenever it wanted. The radio spat static so violently it became almost a scream and then cut back to hiss. I did not think. Thinking was over. I took the rifle and climbed the stairs. Every instinct I had said not to go up there. The balcony door was an exposure point. The loft had fewer exits, worse angles, too much glass. But the sound was up there, and I could not stand below it imagining the curtain moving on its own. Better to see the place it meant to use, even if I could not yet see through it. The loft was lit, warm, and unbearable. The curtains over the sliding glass door were pulled completely shut, black against the weak yellow of the lamp, and beyond them I could hear nothing for 1 second, then a faint creak of weight shifting outside. Snow hissed against the balcony railing. My own breathing sounded animal in the room. I raised the rifle and aimed at the center seam in the curtains. I have tried to remember whether I heard it breathing on the other side of the glass before the taps came. Sometimes I think I did. Sometimes I think that memory only attached itself later because it seemed impossible there would be no breath involved in what happened next. 3 soft taps landed on the glass at chest height, not high near the head level of a standing man, not low by accident. Exactly where someone or something would knock if it knew where my body was behind the curtain. I stood there with the rifle shaking in my hands and the barrel aimed at fabric, suddenly understanding the worst part of my father's warning. It wasn't only that the thing outside could move like an animal and stand like a man. It wasn't only that it knew the roof, the windows, the pacing line around the house. It knew how to behave. And my father had known that too. Chapter 4. What was on the balcony? I stood there with the rifle aimed at the curtain until my shoulders started to burn. That sounds like an exaggeration, but it isn't. Fear will lock your body into positions it has no business holding. And because something more urgent is happening, you don't notice the pain until it is already set in. The barrel trembled once, just enough for me to see the front sight wobble against the dark seam where the 2 curtains met, and I tightened my grip so hard my fingers went numb in stages. Downstairs, Boone had stopped barking. That was worse. What came up from below now was a sound I had never heard him make in all the years I'd known him. A drawn-out, broken howl that rose and cut off and rose again as if panic had gotten into his lungs and was working him from the inside. It did not sound like warning anymore. It sounded like refusal. Like the kind of sound an animal makes when it has recognized something and wants no part of the world containing it. I did not take my eyes off the curtain. The 3 taps came again. Soft, evenly spaced. At chest height, exactly where they had landed before. Not aggressive. Not the pounding of someone desperate to get in. They were almost polite, which in some way made them harder to endure. The old civilized rhythm of a person at a door, stripped of everything human except the pattern. I became aware then of other sounds layered underneath the storm hiss of falling snow. Breath. Not loud, not fogging pained theatrics. Just the presence of respiration on the other side of the glass. Too close to ignore once I heard it. A damp, measured intake. Then the faintest wet scrape across the pane, as if something had shifted its mouth or cheek against the cold surface. My throat closed. Every light in the loft was on. Every room below us was lit too. The whole cabin glowed like a lantern in the trees, and still that curtain felt thinner than paper. A piece of fabric separating me from a thing that had now spent enough time around the house to know where I stood behind it. I should have fired through the glass right then. People say that when they hear stories like this, they say it almost with relief, because the presence of a weapon lets them imagine there was still a decision point where force might have turned the whole thing into a simpler kind of nightmare. Intruder. Shot fired. Blood trail. Sheriff. Explanation. But the truth is, the thing outside that curtain had already made the rules feel old and useless. And there was something else stopping me. A memory. It arrived without warning, entire and sharp as a blade slid from a sheath. I was maybe 11, maybe 12, up in that same loft room on a winter trip. My mother had gone to bed early with a headache. My father was downstairs stoking the stove. I remember standing at the sliding glass door in my socks,
looking out at the clearing because snow had started and I wanted to see if it was sticking. I had been holding the curtain open with one hand and trying to rub a circle in the fogged glass with the other when my father came up the stairs much faster than usual.
He did not ask what I was doing. He grabbed me by the shoulder and yanked me back from the door so hard I almost fell. Then he shut the curtain in one violent motion and stood there with his hands still on the fabric, breathing harder than the effort required. When I asked him what the hell was wrong, he said only, "Don't stand there after dark," in a voice so rough and immediate that I didn't argue. A minute later, he acted as though nothing had happened. I remember lying awake that night, trying to decide whether he'd seen a cougar or a drunk hunter, or whether I had simply caught him in some mood I didn't understand. I had forgotten that memory completely. Or maybe I had buried it where children bury the adult moments that don't fit the rest of the day. Standing in that loft now, rifle up, Boone howling below, I understood it differently all at once. My father had not overreacted to a child at a window. He had seen me standing in the exact place something outside might mistake for invitation. The curtain moved almost imperceptibly inward. Not enough to call it movement if I had not been staring straight at it. Just a tiny pressure against the fabric and release, as if the air itself had shifted on the other side. "Get away from the door," I said. My voice came out hushed and breathless, sounding like something already halfway defeated. I swallowed and tried again, louder this time. "Leave!" Nothing. Then, from behind the curtain and glass, a low clicking sound rose out of the wet breath. It was not made with teeth exactly, or not only with teeth. It came from deeper in the throat, a rapid little sequence like pebbles shaken in a cup. And it was so unlike any normal animal noise that for a second my mind simply refused to assign it a source. Boone's howling below broke into frantic bark yelps. I backed one half step without meaning to. The rifle barrel dipped and came up again. "Leave!" I shouted. That word hit the room harder than the others. Maybe because it finally sounded like anger instead of terror. Maybe because the thing outside had already heard my voice enough times to know the difference. The clicking stopped. For one horrible beat, there was nothing but the hiss of snow, my own breath, and the soft ticking of the cabin settling under cold. Then my father's voice said, from the other side of the glass, "Eli, open up." Not a perfect imitation. That would almost have been easier to resist. It was his voice the way voices come through cheap speakers and long distance and bad winter phone lines, flattened slightly, thinned at the edges, but carrying the exact cadence that mattered. My name in his mouth with the weight on the first syllable. The tiny pause before the command. The casual assumption of obedience that belongs specifically to fathers speaking to sons in the middle of practical things. For a fraction of a second, my whole body believed it. My mouth opened. I actually shifted my left hand off the rifle stock, and if the latch had been nearer, I think some stupid automatic part of me might have reached for it before the rest of me caught up. Then the note from the shed came back in my head with such force it felt spoken aloud. Do not answer if it uses a voice you know. I locked in place so hard it hurt. The balcony boards creaked once beneath the weight outside, not from approach or retreat, but from a small shift of balance. A patient adjustment. As if whatever stood there had learned enough of us to understand exactly how long to wait after saying a name. I don't know what finally tipped me from paralysis into motion. Rage, maybe. Rage at the voice. Rage at my father for writing warnings instead of explanations. Rage at myself for nearly answering. Fear can hold you still, but humiliation sometimes breaks the spell. With a sound I did not recognize as my own, I lunged forward and ripped the curtain aside. The thing on the balcony was already facing me. I say thing because every other word failed in a different direction. Man suggested a structure too stable. Animal suggested motives too simple. Creature sounded like campfire language. Whatever was outside that glass belonged most fully to the category of something that should not have been there, and yet was. It was too tall in a way that became clear only by reference. The balcony railing came to my father's waist, and this thing bent over it while still seeming to exceed the space comfortably available to a human body. Its shoulders were narrow but set wrong, sloping and hunched as though the joints could settle in more than one arrangement and had chosen the least trustworthy one. Its torso looked almost starved under the clotted dark mess stuck to it. But the arms were long, too long by just enough to make the proportions fail at a glance. Those forearms were braced along the top rail, not gripping it the way a person would, but resting there with an unsettling ease, elbows angled outward, wrists loose. Mud clung to it in patches, black and wet against pale stretches of skin or hide. I still do not know which word is truer. There was blood on it too, not fresh enough to shine, but dark enough to stain the ribs of whatever texture covered its chest. Tangled here and there along one shoulder and down one side were strips of sloughed fur or hair, caught in the mess as though it had pushed through brush and carrion and weather without caring what remained attached. Around its neck hung a strand of small bones, not decorative in any sane, intentional sense, more like a loop assembled from whatever hand had found easiest to tie. Phalanges, maybe. Bird bones, little cleaned joints, wired or threaded together on something dark. They lay against its chest and shifted almost soundlessly when it moved. Its mouth was the worst part. Not because it was open. Lots of things open their mouths. It was the width of it, the split of it, the way the corners extended too far into the face, giving the impression not of lips drawn back in a snarl, but of a mouth made for an expression humans are not built to wear. The skin around it looked tight and damp, the lower half of the face working very slightly as it breathed. Teeth showed, but not clearly enough for counting, only a pale, irregular shine behind the wet dark. And the head. The head was held at an angle that did not read as animal alertness or human curiosity. It read as imitation, as if it had watched people long enough to understand that head tilt means attention, and was now offering me a version of that behavior stripped of everything natural that once made it make sense. For 1 second, neither of us moved. The snow behind it fell through the narrow slice of visible dark beyond the balcony, like ash in reverse. The lamplight from the loft hit the glass hard enough to reflect a faint ghost of my own face over its chest. I could smell gun oil from the rifle, hot dust from the lamp, old wood smoke in the curtains, and under all of it something else, leaking through the cracks around the door frame and shattered weather stripping. Wet soil, old blood, fur left too long in weather. The underside of winter, where clean snow fails to cover what is beneath. I remember noticing absurd details because the larger truth was too much to take in whole. One of the bones on the strand had a tiny metal hook caught in it. There was a dark clot of hair plastered to one forearm. One knee bent inward slightly when it shifted weight, like a long-healed injury or a body built with no respect for bilateral symmetry. The left side of its chest moved differently than the right when it breathed. Then it lifted one hand from the railing. Hand is the nearest word, though even now I dislike it. The fingers were too long and too narrow in their last joints, as if they had been stretched after being made. Something pale was pinched between two of them, one of the small bones from the strand. With exquisite, almost delicate slowness, it brought that little finger bone to the glass and tapped once. The sound was lighter than a knuckle, sharper too. A neat, hard click directly in front of my face. Chapter 4. What was on the balcony? I do not remember deciding to pull the trigger. That is not me trying to make myself sound less responsible for what happened next. It is simply true. People talk about fight or flight like the body chooses one cleanly, but sometimes it chooses both at once. Mine had been frozen for so long that when it finally moved, it did everything in a single violent spasm. Fear, rage, recoil, refusal, all of it collapsing into one action before my mind had time to catch up. The rifle went off less than 3 feet from the glass. The blast inside the loft was so huge and immediate it seemed to erase the room. Light burst white at the muzzle. Sparks kicked sideways. The recoil slammed back into my shoulder hard enough to stagger me, and the safety glass of the sliding door blew inward and outward at once, with a flat, explosive crack that I felt in my teeth more than heard. A curtain of shattered cubes and glittering fragments sprayed across the bed, the floor, my hands, my face. The smell of burned powder and hot metal filled the loft in the same instant, harsh and filthy, and almost comforting only because it was human. For a fraction of a second after the shot, the thing was still there. I know that because I have one image from that instant fixed more clearly than anything else from the whole night. The balcony lit by muzzle flash, the bones on its chest catching light, the angle of its head changing not in panic, but in something closer to surprise, as if the idea of force leaving the house and reaching it directly was not the outcome it had predicted. Then it was gone. Not leaping backward the way a man would, not scrambling over the railing, not dropping in any trackable line my eyes could follow. It simply withdrew at a speed that defeated my understanding of joints and balance. One moment it occupied the whole frame of the broken door. The next, there was only the balcony rail, falling snow, and darkness. Boone exploded downstairs. The first bark hit through the ringing in my ears like a blow. Then another, and another, and another, deep, furious, desperate. He had gone from fear to attack without passing through any middle stage I could hear. I stumbled forward to the edge of the blown-out doorway, shards crunching under my boots, and aimed down toward the clearing, just in time to hear something hit the snow below with a heavy, wet impact. Not the neat thump of a person landing on packed ground. Something denser, more awkward. Weight and moisture and mass all arriving together. I leaned over farther than I should have, trying to see through the storm of ringing and falling snow and drifting muzzle smoke. The beam from the loft lamp spilled out onto the balcony and painted the nearest drift below in weak yellow. There were churned marks there, a dark gouged patch in the snow where something had landed or rolled, but I could not make out a body. Only motion already leaving the edge of light. Then came the dragging sound. At first, I thought I was still hearing the scrape of broken glass shifting under my own boots. Then it moved, fast, around the side of the cabin beneath me. A wet, uneven skimming noise, as if something heavy but not fully upright was being hauled over snow at speed. It did not recede into the trees. It stayed close to the structure, cutting around the side wall in the same line it had used while circling before, only now quicker, lower, less patient. I jerked back into the loft and slammed myself against the wall beside the broken door. The rifle felt suddenly absurdly light in my hands, as if the shot had taken all the solidity out of it. I worked the action with fingers that barely obeyed me, ejected the spent casing, and tried to reload. The shell slipped once and bounced under the bed. I swore, got another from my pocket, jammed it badly, had to clear it, then finally seated one while the dragging sound moved below the balcony, around the rear corner, and out of hearing. Or maybe not out of hearing. Out of the range I could separate from the ringing in my ears. Because the ringing was enormous. It wasn't just sound, it was occupation. A bright electric whine filling my whole skull and flattening every other noise into mush. Somewhere below, Boone was still barking himself hoarse. Somewhere outside, something that might have been wounded or might have only changed tactics was moving beyond the walls. And over all of it, my ears screamed with the cost of firing a rifle indoors without protection. I forced myself to the broken doorway again. The balcony boards were speckled with blood. Not much. That was the first thought that landed clearly enough to terrify me. There was blood on the railing, on one of the planks near where the thing had leaned, and a couple drops cast inward onto the threshold where glass glittered around them. Dark in the artificial light. Thick enough not to be condensation or melted snow. But there was not enough of it. Not for the shot I had taken at that distance. Not enough to promise damage that would matter. I scanned the clearing, the line below the balcony, the right edge of the house, the sitting limb beyond the reach of the porch light. Nothing moved. Snow fell harder now, flattening depth and hiding edges. The world beyond the cabin had become a white-black blur, in which distance meant almost nothing. A wounded deer would have thrashed. A man shot through a sliding door would have cried out, or collapsed, or left a line a child could follow. This thing had simply vanished around the house. I backed away from the opening again and hauled the small dresser in front of the loft stairs, half on instinct, half because any action felt better than waiting empty-handed. Then I grabbed the extra blanket from the bed and stuffed it against the blown-out gap in the balcony doorway to cut the cold and maybe limit how clearly the room's light spilled outside. The blanket darkened immediately where melting snow and glass dust touched it. Below me, Boone's barking began to thin into ugly, ragged bursts. "Boone!" I shouted, though my own voice sounded far away and wrong through the ringing. No answer from him except another string of barks from the main floor, then silence so abrupt my stomach dropped. I stood there, rifle shouldered again, and waited. A minute passed, or 5. In terror, time becomes measurable only by body failure. My arms shook, my ears hissed. My mouth tasted metallic from the gunshot and the dry fear. Snow hissed through the broken doorway where the blanket didn't fully block it. Nothing touched the glass now because there was no intact glass left to touch. Gradually, against all reason, an idea began trying to form. Maybe I had driven it off. Maybe the blast and the blood and the shock of being struck from inside the house had changed the terms. Maybe whatever relationship my father had with this thing had depended on rules of distance and patience. And I had just violated those rules hard enough to matter. The idea was fragile and embarrassingly hopeful. But once it appeared, I couldn't keep my mind from moving toward it. A person shot at close range does not continue a game. An animal hit badly enough often retreats. Even a thing that should not exist at all ought to obey the logic of pain, I told myself. Downstairs, Boone barked once more. Single, uncertain, no longer charging anything. Then there was nothing. The silence that followed the shot was not peaceful. It was the kind of silence that feels arranged. But it was silence. And because my body had been stretched to tearing for hours, it took silence as relief, no matter what my mind knew better. I stayed in the loft anyway. I do not know how long. Long enough for the smell of powder to dull into something dirtier and colder. Long enough for the blood on the balcony boards to stop shining and turn matte. Long enough for my heartbeat to come down from total panic to the sick, heavy pounding of exhausted fear. I never lowered the rifle fully. Even when my arms demanded it, I kept the barrel up at some useless halfway angle because the idea of setting it down felt like surrender. Then, from far below and ahead of the house, something hit the front porch. Soft but heavy. A wet, thick thud against wood. Every muscle in me locked so fast I almost dropped the rifle anyway. I waited for a second sound. Another impact. Scratching at the door. Boone to start barking from downstairs. None of that happened. Just the memory of that one landing noise, perfectly placed to let me imagine any object in the world attached to it. A body part. A dead animal. A sack. Something from the pit. Something from my father. The human mind is cruelest when it is given only shape and not detail. I did not go downstairs. I know I should probably be ashamed of that. But fear has long since burned whatever vanity I had about bravery out of this story. I was not going to look. Not in that dark. Not while the snow still hid edges and the house was open at the loft, and whatever was outside had already proven it understood how to use waiting. The front porch might as well have been another country. I stayed where I was and listened. At some point, Boone reappeared at the top of the stairs, moving low and stiff, ears flattened so far back they almost disappeared into his skull. He would not cross the room toward the broken doorway. He came only as far as the bed, then turned in a tight, frantic circle and lay down under it, half hidden by the hanging blanket and the spread of glittering safety glass. I had never seen him take shelter from a storm or a stranger that way. It made him look less like a hunting dog and more like something already half wild, as if the old animal knowledge in him had returned and was simply trying to survive the same room as me. The radio on the kitchen table came alive so suddenly, I thought for a second the porch impact had somehow triggered it. Not static first. Voice. Loud. Ragged, and immediate enough to cut through even the ringing in my ears. "Don't look till daylight!" My father's voice. Not speaking, shouting. No soft recorder murmur, no blurred half-phrase in static. A full command hurled up through the house with the force of a man standing at the bottom of the stairs and yelling his son's name before he does something fatal. I physically recoiled. The radio crackled hard after the words, then fell back into a sputtering wash of static and broken weatherband hiss. Nothing else. No repetition. No explanation. Just that one shouted warning, raw enough that I could hear fear in it, or the imitation of fear, which may be worse. Boone made a low, choking sound under the bed and pressed deeper into the shadows. I did not move. There are states beyond panic. People who have not had them imagine that fear always culminates in screaming or flight, but that is only true while the body still has fuel for drama. After enough hours, after enough proof, after the shot and the face and the porch impact and the voice from the radio, something in me simply shut down around the fear and made a hard shell for it to live inside. I sat on the loft floor with my back against the wall, rifle across my lap, boots in broken glass, and waited for morning like a man waiting out a flood in an attic. The cabin kept making noises around me. Some were innocent, heat shifting through the stovepipe, wind pushing new snow against the walls. meltwater dripping from the blanket I had jammed in the blown-out doorway.
Some were not so easy to sort.
A faint sound once from the porch below, too light to be footsteps and too deliberate to be wind. Another from somewhere along the side wall that might have been snow sloughing off the roof, or something brushing the boards as it moved past. I no longer investigated. Investigation belonged to earlier versions of the night, to the person I had been before the face in the bathroom window and the thing on the balcony spoke in my father's voice. Now there was only endurance. I did not sleep. I drifted in and out of a kind of waking paralysis where minutes vanished and came back wrong. Sometimes I found my eyes fixed on the black seam where the blanket did not fully cover the broken glass. Sometimes on the loft stairs, expecting movement there from inside the house instead of outside it. Several times I realized my finger had crept inside the rifle's trigger guard without my consent and forced myself to move it away. Below us, the radio muttered static until the batteries or the signal gave out. Then even that stopped. By the last stretch before dawn, I was so emptied out that I could no longer tell whether the worst thing about the night had been the violence or the restraint. It had not broken down the door. It had not rushed me after the shot. It had left something on the porch and then withdrawn into distance just enough to let my own mind finish the work. That was the real consequence of firing through the glass. Not that I had hurt it badly, not even that I had changed the pattern. It was that after I used force, the thing outside had answered by proving it did not need any. Chapter 4. What was on the balcony? By the time dawn began to show through the curtains, I felt less like someone who had survived a night and more like someone who had simply remained conscious inside it. That was the best I could do for morning. I had not slept. I had barely moved. My whole body hurt in the shallow, detached way it does after fear has held every muscle half clenched for hours. The ringing in my ears had faded to a thinner high whine, enough that other sounds could reach me again, though all of them seemed to come from too far away. Boone was still under the bed when the first gray light found its way through the cracks around the blanket I had stuffed in the broken balcony door. He had shifted sometime before dawn, but he had not come out. I sat there a while longer after the room began to lighten, not because I was waiting for courage, because daylight has a cruel habit of making you feel foolish just long enough to tempt you into motion. The porch impact, the radio voice, the thing on the balcony. Under morning light, all of it should have started flattening into facts. Facts I could inspect. Facts I could point at. Evidence, finally, instead of sound and pattern and whatever shape fear gives the unknown. I reached under the bed and touched Boone's shoulder. He came out slowly, stiff in every joint, his muzzle powder gray with dust and glass grit. When he stood, he shook once from nose to tail, then looked at the broken doorway and away again so fast it felt deliberate. "Come on," I said, though my voice still sounded like it belonged to someone else. I gathered everything I thought I might need just to make it down one flight of stairs and out one door. Rifle, flashlight, road flare tucked into my coat pocket, the extra shells. I even took the handheld radio, though it had gone dead silent sometime in the night, and I no longer trusted it enough to call it useful. I felt ridiculous carrying so much, but fear does not care whether your preparations are sensible. It only cares that you make them. Downstairs, the cabin looked as if somebody had started a normal day in it and then stepped away at the last possible second. Boone's untouched food, the chair at the table not pushed in all the way. My father's papers still spread across the kitchen. Lamps burning too long, giving everything a tired yellow color. The front windows had that pale, weak shine to them that comes before the sun fully clears the ridge. I stood in the living room with the rifle in both hands and listened. Nothing outside. No tapping. No movement on the roof. No shifting along the walls. Just the low hum of the generator and the soft breathing of the stove. The front door felt heavier than usual when I unlatched it. The porch was only a few feet beyond. 4 boards, a railing, 2 steps down into the clearing. A space I had crossed 100 times in childhood without thinking, carrying firewood, or dragging a sled, or stomping in snow boots too big for me. That morning, it might as well have been a threshold into another country. I opened the door inward first, keeping the rifle up. The smell hit before my eyes fully understood what I was looking at.
Not general blood. Not the vague, gamey stink of old hunting remains. Fresh tissue in cold air has a different smell. Metal and wet hide, and something sweet enough to turn the stomach because it does not belong in mourning. It rose off the porch in a thin, invisible sheet and went right into me. Then I saw it. A deer head lay on the boards just left of center, facing the door as if it had been placed for presentation. Partially skinned. Recent. Recent enough that the exposed tissue had not yet dulled all the way into the stiff, waxy look dead things get after hours in hard weather. One side still wore hide from the brow down along part of the cheek, while the other had been peeled raggedly back in an uneven flap, exposing pale muscle and darker red where the cut had not been clean. Blood had dried along the lashes in black, crusted lines. The nostrils were packed dark. The mouth hung half open, and even before I saw the metallic glint inside it, I knew something had been put there. Boone stopped dead behind me and made a sound so low it was almost below hearing.
I do not know how long I stood in the doorway staring. Long enough for my hands to start shaking again. Long enough for the cold to creep under the collar of my coat. Long enough to understand that whatever had left this there had not dropped it by accident. The head was centered too neatly, facing too cleanly. It had been arranged for discovery. Something metallic flashed again from the bloody dark of the deer's mouth. I stepped out one board at a time, rifle still raised though there was nothing to aim at yet, and leaned close enough to see. Keys. Not a random key ring, not some rusted hardware scrap threaded through the jaw. A bunch of keys stuffed deep between the teeth and tongue, with just enough of the ring showing to catch light. My father's key ring. I knew it before I touched it.
Knew it from the little brass duck charm hanging from the loop.
One wing bent and flattened, where I had dropped it on concrete years earlier, and my father had laughed and kept it anyway. I had taken those keys after the funeral, when we emptied his pockets and sorted what would go in drawers, what would go in boxes, what would go nowhere because there was no person left to receive it. I had put that ring in a shallow drawer in the garage at home, behind a tape measure and a dead garage remote, because looking at it on the kitchen counter had made my mother cry. There was no logic available to me for how it could be here. I used the rifle barrel to hook the ring and drag it free. The deer's jaw shifted with a soft, wet sound that made Boone flinch backward down the hall inside the cabin. The keys came loose one at a time, clinking against each other with the stupid, familiar music of ordinary objects in a place where nothing was ordinary anymore.
When they lay on the porch boards, I recognized every one of them.
House key, padlock key, the old truck key with the worn plastic head, the duck charm. I stared at them until the porch boards blurred. Grief is strange under terror. You would think fear would crowd everything else out, but sometimes it does the opposite. Sometimes it slices you open enough that all the older pain starts bleeding too. Looking at those keys there beside that butchered deer head, I did not only feel afraid, I felt violated in a more private way. As if something had reached into the sealed drawer of our life after his death and handled one of the last small things that still belonged only to us. Boone began pulling at the air with his nose. He moved past me onto the porch, careful to avoid the deer head entirely, and went to the steps. His posture changed the way it had the day before when he found the blood on the siding. Not frantic, not barking, but intent in a way that said smell had become information. He descended into the clearing, angled right around the side of the cabin, then stopped and looked back once as if checking whether I was following. I was. There were marks in the snow leading away from the porch. Not the full circling track from the previous night, not at first. This was narrower and more disrupted, as if something had carried or dragged the deer head through the drift and then doubled back toward the north side of the property. I followed the line with the rifle in one hand and the keys clenched so hard in the other that the duck charm cut into my palm. Boone moved ahead in short, urgent bursts, stopping to scent the ground, then continuing. The trail led toward the north hillside, beyond the rise where I had already found the pit with the boot and the candle wax.
It did not go all the way to that same place. About 30 or 40 yards out, where the snow lay deeper under the trees and the cabin had almost dropped from sight behind us, Boone veered left and began pawing at what looked at first like an ordinary drift under a cluster of low branches. I came up beside him and saw the depression. Shallow, covered over not carefully, but enough that fresh snow had softened the shape. A place where the ground beneath was not level. Something had been hidden there and then left to winter's help. I crouched and brushed snow aside with my glove. Bones appeared first. Animal bones, as far as I could tell at a glance, long and cracked and partly buried under old leaves and dirt that had frozen into lumps. There were beer cans down there too, some rusted through, some only flattened and weather-softened, dating from different years by the logos and the old pop-tab shapes. Mixed among them were things that did not belong in any hunting discard pile. A snapped lighter, a rusted pocket knife missing one scale, a child's mitten stiff with age, a spoon blackened by fire, 3 old bottle caps, and what looked like the corroded badge from a cheap keychain motel fob. Hidden souvenirs. That was the phrase that came to me, and I hated it because it suggested collection. Return. Memory. I cleared more snow, then stopped so abruptly I almost lost my balance. Near the center of the shallow pit lay a cracked skull that at first glance looked like a deer's, antlers long gone and bone weathered by years. Then I saw the front of it, where the break had opened wrong. Human wrong. Not a whole human skull fused to an animal one like some campfire monstrosity built by a prankster, but a ruin of mixed remains arranged so closely and decayed so completely together that the eye could not separate them cleanly at first. Deer skull fragments. A human cranial piece split and caved at one side. Jaw parts. Teeth where they should not be in relation to each other. A human deer shape only in the sense that the dead had been thrown together and left long enough for weather to make one ugliness out of several. My stomach turned hard. And beside that, half under a drifted layer of old leaves and dirt, was a flannel coat. Not just any old hunting coat. Not a maybe. Not a general resemblance. I knew it from a photograph that had sat for years in a warped frame in our hallway at home. My father in his 20s, younger than I had ever really imagined him,
standing beside a truck with a stringer of trout and wearing a red and black flannel coat with one dark patch on the right elbow where his mother had repaired it badly. The same coat lay rotting in the pit. The fabric had darkened nearly brown with age and moisture. One sleeve was mostly gone. The elbow patch was still visible under the decay if you knew to look for it. I knew.
My father had not worn that coat in any version of my life I could remember. It belonged to photographs and to the category of old belongings mothers refuse to throw away, until one day they are simply no longer in the house. I felt the world tilt slightly then, not dramatically, just enough that I had to plant one hand on my knee to stay steady. This place did not only intersect my father's death, it intersected his life before me. How long had he been coming here? How long had things been put in this pit? What had he buried, reburied, hung, or fed to it? And why was his old coat here instead of boxed in our attic, or lost, honestly, to time, like every other ordinary relic from a young man's life? Boone gave one short, warning bark. I turned halfway toward him, still crouched, not understanding at first that he was not looking at me or the pit. He was looking behind us. Something moved in the woods in broad daylight. Not enough for shape, not enough for identity, just a shift at the edge of the trees uphill from us, where snow slid from one branch and a darker form seemed to interrupt the trunks for less than a second before being gone. But it was movement with a tension in it, not squirrel, not wind, not the casual passage of an animal unconcerned with witnesses. Every hair on my arms lifted under my coat. I straightened too quickly, grabbed Boone's collar without meaning to, and looked into the trees hard enough to make my eyes ache. The woods gave me nothing back except vertical trunks, white ground, and the suffocating realization that daylight had not returned this place to me at all. It had only shown me more of what had already been there. Chapter 5. The Pit and the Promise. I do not remember the walk back to the cabin as a sequence of clear decisions. I remember Boone pulling hard enough on my sleeve to make me stumble. I remember the rifle banging against my leg. I remember the duck charm on my father's keys cutting into my palm, because I had never let go of them after pulling them out of the deer's mouth. Mostly I remember the feeling that the woods had shifted around me in broad daylight, and that staying still, even for 1 second longer, would be an invitation. The cabin came back into view through the trees with that same false steadiness buildings always have. Straight lines, angles, smoke-dark roof, porch rail, curtains. You see those things and your body wants to believe in them before your mind catches up. Boone didn't slow until we were almost at the steps. Then he bounded up them in 2 stiff, ugly jumps and hit the front door so hard with one shoulder that the handle rattled before I even got the key turned. Once we were inside, I locked everything again. Deadbolt, handle lock, balcony door, what was left of it. I checked the broken loft opening from the bottom of the stairs without going all the way up. Saw the blanket still wedged into the frame and a line of pale snow melting into the floorboards beneath it, and backed down again. The cabin smelled like wet wood, burned powder, dog fear, and the faint metallic sweetness of the deer head still outside on the porch. Even with the door shut, that smell had found its way into the house. Boone paced in tight, panicked lines from the front windows to the kitchen to the rear hallway and back again. He was beyond watchful now. He was trying to solve something with movement and failing every time. I went straight to the phone on the kitchen wall, even though I already knew the line was dead. Still nothing. No dial tone, No static, no mechanical life at all. Just blankness. I let the receiver hang for a second and then slammed it back onto the cradle so hard the plastic cracked at one corner. I told myself then that the truck was still an option,
that I could force the road if I had to.
But every time that thought rose, it collided with the same image, sliding on the descent with Boone in the passenger seat and something keeping pace in the timber just beyond the ditch line, not needing to catch me, only needing me stranded. The mountain had already shown me it understood timing better than I did. I could not tell whether leaving now was escape or simply changing the shape of the trap. So I waited for the weather to break long enough to try the cell phone again. Around late morning, maybe closer to noon, the snowfall thinned for a while. The gray outside lifted just enough that the clearing developed edges again, instead of being one shifting white sheet. I took the phone to the front room window, stood near the glass where I hated standing, and held it up like somebody praying to a machine. One bar flickered on, vanished, then came back. I hit the first county emergency number I could find through numb fingers.
The call connected badly. Half rings, then a clipped burst of static, then a woman's voice so faint and broken it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a bucket.
County Dispatch, what is your emergency?
I started talking too fast at once, then heard how I sounded and tried to slow down, which only made the whole thing feel less believable. I gave my name, the cabin location, my father's name, the road turnoff, the weather. I said there had been someone on the property. I said there were animal remains on the porch and human-looking bones in the woods, and something had been circling the house at night. I did not say creature. I did not say face at the window. I did not say my dead father's voice on the radio. Even in panic, some part of me knew the difference between an impossible story and one that merely sounded unstable. The dispatcher kept losing pieces of me to static.
Say again? Human remains? Are you injured? Can you leave the location?
I don't know, I said. The road's bad, and something is still out there. There's blood on the siding, a deer head on the porch. I have photographs. There was a long wash of dead sound. Then a different voice came on. Male, older, tired in a way that made him sound real. This is Deputy Hall. You said Mercer cabin? Yes. Static swallowed a few seconds. Then, road conditions are bad up there. We've got secondary routes half closed. There's something on the property, I said. Not just tracks. I stopped myself before saying a pit with a child's boot and my father's old coat in it. I found evidence somebody's been using the woods behind the house. For years, maybe. Somebody threatening you directly? I looked toward the porch without meaning to, toward the deer head just beyond the door, toward the rail where nothing yet hung except snow. Yes, I said. Yes.
It was the truest and least useful answer. His voice came back, broken but calm. Stay inside if you can. If weather clears enough for us to get a truck up that road, we'll send somebody to take a look. If? Silence again, then crackle, then, if conditions improve. That was all. Not because he didn't believe every word, though I'm sure he didn't. More because county law in places like that deals in the possible. Snowed-in road, distressed adult male alone at inherited mountain property, reports of animal remains and old bones in the woods. There were probably 3 or 4 plausible categories he could put me in before he ever needed the truth. Drunk, grieving, panic reaction, local trespasser, mental break.
You don't dispatch emergency resources up bad roads for the sentence, "Something is circling my cabin and using my dead father's voice." I knew from his tone that no one was getting there soon enough to matter. The call cut off before either of us formally ended it.
I stood with the phone in my hand, listening to the emptiness afterward, then lowered it and looked around the room as if the cabin itself might react to the fact that I had finally tried to involve the outside world. It did not. The generator hummed. The stove breathed. Boone scratched once at the front door and then paced away again. I made myself go back outside to document everything before the weather could cover it. Photographing horror is a strange act. Part of you believes the camera will domesticate it, turn blood and bone and impossible arrangement into files with timestamps and metadata, things that can be shown to other people who live by evidence. Another part of you knows that the lens flattens exactly the wrong aspects and makes what should be undeniable look theatrical or distant or less than it was. I started with the porch. The deer head had already gone stiffer in the cold. The peeled hide on one side had curled slightly at the edges, exposing more dark tissue underneath. The blood along the lashes had frozen into tiny, glossy beads. I took close shots of the mouth, the cut line, the porch boards beneath it, the wet smear where the keys had been packed in. Then I photographed the blood on the balcony, the line of disturbed snow below, the trail toward the north hillside, the pit where Boone had led me. I even photographed the old coat, though seeing it through the screen made it look less like evidence and more like something staged too deliberately for a cheap documentary. Several of the images came out wrong. Not all. Enough were usable that I could not dismiss the others as simple operator error. But there were shots that blurred in strange, narrow bands, even when my hands were steady and the subject still.
One of the deer head looked sharp everywhere except the empty air over the porch rail, which smeared into a vertical dark distortion for no visible reason. A picture of the pit showed the coat clearly, but rendered the mixed skull fragments as a pale, overexposed patch with almost no detail. In another, the trail in the snow seemed to kink midway through in a way I had not seen with my eyes. I took doubles and triples each time, muttering curses at the phone, and got different failures in different frames. I hated how much that unsettled me. It would have been easier if every image came out perfectly. Easier if evidence behaved like evidence. Glitches make you complicit in your own doubt. Back inside, I spread my father's notes, the deed maps, and the loose paperwork over the kitchen table again. I was looking for anything now. Insurance papers, neighbor numbers, old complaints to the county, hunting licenses with locations scribbled on them.
Anything that would widen the story beyond the cabin and put another human mind inside it. The deed packet turned up in a manila envelope at the bottom of a drawer under tax records and appliance manuals. I almost missed the folded letter tucked inside because it had no stamp and no address written on the outside. Just paper, folded twice and never mailed. The handwriting on that one was my mother's. I sat down before I opened it because something in me already knew the sight of her handwriting there among his private records meant I was about to lose one more clean version of the past. The letter had been written years earlier. I could tell from the stationery alone, one of those legal pad yellow sheets she used to keep near the phone back home, and from the harder angle of her handwriting when she was angry enough to write instead of speak. Ray, I am not taking Eli back up there after that winter with the dogs. You told me you had it handled, and I tried to believe that because I wanted to. I wanted to believe there was a normal explanation for what happened, and for what I found in the shed. I wanted to believe you when you said the ribbons were only for the line, and the pits were only for scraps.
But if I see one more thing from the tree line brought back into that shed, I will not come back, and neither will he. If you want the cabin, then keep it. But do not ask me to make a family place out of something you won't speak honestly about. M. I read it twice, then a third time more slowly. That winter with the dogs, you had it handled. The ribbons were only for the line, and the pits were only for scraps. One more thing from the tree line. My mother knew. Not everything. If she had known everything, I don't think she would ever have let me go back. Not even for one last weekend. Not even through the fog of grief. But she knew enough to name pieces of it. Enough to see that Ray had explanations ready, and that she no longer trusted them. Enough to threaten never to return. I tried to remember whether there had been a stretch in my childhood when we stopped going to the cabin for a while. There had. 1 or 2 winters, maybe more, when my father made solo trips and called them maintenance weekends, while my mother stayed home with excuses that seemed ordinary then. School, weather, too much to do. I had never connected those absences to fear. Reading that unsent letter, I realized they might have been refusal. The room blurred for a second, not with tears exactly, but with the sudden collapse of old assumptions. My parents had not been standing on the same ground where this place was concerned. My father had been managing. My mother had been backing away. And between them, all those years, was me. Coming up here as a son to fish and split wood and look out the upstairs window, while they each protected something different by staying half silent. Boone began scratching at the front door. Not a tentative pawing, full, frantic clawing, nails scraping hard down the wood and then starting again. He had been restless all afternoon, but this was different, urgent. He wanted out, or wanted distance from whatever stood on the other side badly enough to forget his own fear. Boone. He scratched again, then looked back at me with his ears flat and the whites of his eyes visible. I stood, took the rifle automatically, and went to the door. Every instinct I had said not to open it even a little. But another instinct, the stubborn human need to confirm what your animal already knows, won out. I slid the deadbolt back and cracked the door just enough to look. At first I saw only the porch rail and the white blur of snow beyond. Then my eyes dropped. Tied low around the porch railing, no more than 1.5 feet above the boards, was a fresh strip of red cloth. Not faded old flannel, not the weather-stiff marker I had seen in the woods. Fresh, brighter, clean enough that the cut edges still looked fibrous where the fabric had torn. It had not been there when I photographed the deer head. It had not been there when I came in from the pit. I would have seen it. I stared at that little strip of red moving almost imperceptibly in the cold air, and felt something inside me shift into a shape I would not fully understand until much later. The markers were not just barriers. They were not simply warnings my father had maintained against whatever lived in those woods. Something else was placing them back. Chapter 5. The Pit and the Promise. I did not want to listen to the rest of the tapes. That is the truth of it. By then, I already had enough to know my father had not merely suspected something was wrong with the cabin. He had documented it, adapted to it, hidden the evidence of it from the people who loved him most. Every new page and every new note had narrowed the distance between the father I remembered and some other version of him who existed out there in winter, alone, making arrangements with things he never named. But not knowing had stopped being safer. The unsent letter from my mother lay open on the kitchen table beside the deed packet. My father's note from the shed sat next to it. The radio was silent. The house felt overlit and exhausted. every lamp making the rooms flatter and meaner than usual. Boone had finally stopped scratching at the front door, but he had not settled. He stood at the living room windows with his body angled toward the clearing, not growling, not barking, just fixed on the trees, as if waiting for a signal that had not come yet. Outside, the fresh red strip on the porch rail moved only when the wind found it. I took the recorder back into my hands because I could not keep looking at that cloth and pretending there might still be some answer in here that would make my father easier to forgive. The third tape clicked, hissed, and then my father's voice came through. This one had been recorded over more than once. There were little ghosts of earlier speech underneath in places, half syllables and breath, and what might once have been weather notes. But the main recording was clear enough. He sounded older on this tape than in the earlier one, more tired, not frightened exactly, worn down into caution. "February," he said. "Third week, I think. Wind moved the drifts. Found the north line down in 2 places. Boone wasn't born yet. This was Jasper and the McAllen dogs." A pause. Then the scrape of something being set down. 3 of them. Found one near the glower stand, and 2 closer to the boundary by the old cut. Skinned in places, not clean. Like something started and stopped. He stopped speaking for a few seconds after that, and the silence on the tape said almost as much as the words. I could hear him breathing through his nose. "At first, I thought cougar," he went on. "Then I thought maybe somebody sick in the head. A person. Had to be a person. Cats don't leave them arranged." My skin prickled at that word. Arranged. He continued in the same low, practical tone, as if recording these things carefully might prevent them from becoming superstition. "Heard roof movement 2 nights after. Saw eye shine in the trees first, then not eye shine. Height wrong. Stayed on the sit limb till near dawn. Markers on the west side were down by morning." The sit limb. Not a branch that looked like a seat, not the tree by the clearing. The sit limb. A term already established in his mind. Known. Used. My mouth had gone dry. I listened harder. Reset what I could. Buried the dogs. Should have left it there. Did not. Started feeding the outer pit after that. Deer scraps mostly. Gut piles. Awful. Anything from butchering that would carry smell and keep it farther from the house. He said those last words without shame in his voice, and that somehow made them worse. He had not solved the problem. He had not gone to the sheriff, sold the land, burned the place down, warned my mother, or told his son never to stand at the upstairs window after dark because something in the woods understood invitation. He had started feeding the outer pit. Negotiating. That was the word that rose in my mind and would not leave. Not hunting it, not trapping it, not surviving it in some helpless, noble way. Negotiating with it, maintaining distance, offering substitution, turning family property into a managed edge condition, and then letting the rest of us keep calling it a cabin. I shut the recorder off and sat there with my hand clenched so hard around it the plastic creaked. For a few seconds I could not identify what I was feeling because it was too mixed to separate cleanly. Grief was there, yes, but grief had become the floor under everything by then, not the whole room. On top of it came fury, shame, disgust, and the childish ache of betrayal that never fully goes away when a parent turns out to have been smaller or stranger than your love for them required. I had come up that mountain because I wanted one last closeness to my father. What I was getting instead
was evidence that some part of his life had been conducted in a private, stunted covenant with fear, and that he had trusted his own management of it more than he had trusted us with the truth. I stood up so abruptly the chair legs scraped the floor. "What the hell did you think you were doing?" I said to the empty room. Boone turned at the sound, but only briefly.
Then his attention pulled back toward the front windows. I paced once through the living room and back to the kitchen, the recorder still in my hand, and put in the fourth tape with fingers that wanted to shake and strike things at the same time. This one began mid-thought. Doesn't always come to the porch. Sometimes just circles. Sometimes just roof. Worse when the weather breaks warm after a hard freeze. A long exhale. Jasper wouldn't take the north trail after the dogs. Neither would Buck. Boone's sire wouldn't either. They know the line before I do. I thought of Boone stopping at the tree line, resisting me with every pound of his old body while I dragged him into the woods to rehang those ribbons. I thought of Jasper, a dog from my childhood whose refusal I had once laughed at, now recast as one more witness my father had ignored because he preferred systems to confession. Then my father said, quieter than before, "The one that sits is the one that waits closest." I stopped moving. The one that sits. He did not say the thing or it that time. He gave it a role, almost a title. The one that sits. As if there might be others, or other patterns, or at least other ways of understanding the same presence. As if the sitting itself mattered enough to name. The tape crackled, and he went on. Not always on the same branch, but mostly there. Knows the loft, knows the back slit. Likes the upper sight line. Won't rush if it doesn't need to. Better to keep the inside light low. My father had known the sitting limb as a place of observation. Not a weird family joke. Not a branch that happened to look occupied if the light hit wrong. A known post, a chosen vantage. He had watched it there often enough to make rules around lighting and windows. I turned then and looked at the loft stairs. A hot wave of memory came over me all at once. Not just the time he yanked me from the upstairs curtain when I was a kid, but smaller moments I had filed under ordinary parental irritation because I hadn't known where else to put them. The way he always insisted the loft curtains be closed fully before bed. The way he once made me move from the upstairs window while I was using binoculars to look for deer at dusk. The one winter when he had gone outside just before dark with a coil of something red in his pocket and come back without it, face blank, saying only that the wind had loosened some old property tags. None of those moments had seemed like fear then. Now they assembled themselves into a pattern with a precision that made me feel sick. The tape ended in static. I did not put it back in its case. I let it sit beside the recorder on the table while the kitchen clock clicked and the stove exhaled, and Boone remained at the window like a dog awaiting a command from a master who had long since stopped deserving one. That hurt me too, in a way I was not prepared for. Boone had belonged to my father first. He still carried some old obedience to him in the bones of his body. Watching him stand there now, facing the clearing as though waiting for the world to announce its terms, I had the ugly thought that maybe this had been how my father looked after enough winters up here. Less man than mechanism, orienting himself toward a recurring threat until the orientation itself became habit. I went to the front windows at last. Outside, the afternoon had flattened into one of those cold, dim winter lights that seems less like daylight than a temporary reprieve from dark. The clearing was pale and still. Snow hung in the branches without falling. The porch rail held its fresh red strip low and bright. Beyond that,
The tall fir stood where it always had, just right of center from the living room windows, its heavy horizontal branch extending out toward the house like a limb frozen in the act of reaching. For several seconds, I saw nothing there. Then my eyes adjusted. Something lay draped across the sitting limb. Not upright this time, not crouched in a way my mind could still almost argue into some other shape. Draped. Long and dark against the branch, with a hanging suggestion of length where no length should have been if this were a man using a tree as a lookout. It looked less like a body at rest than a thing arranged where it wanted to be. One forelimb or arm hanging down below the line of the branch, and the head, or what I took for the head, angled toward the cabin. It was daylight. That fact mattered more than the shape itself for the first second or two. Night leaves room for excuses. Distance and dark collaborate.
But daylight strips at least some of that away. You may not see clearly. You may still fail to identify. But you lose the right to believe you invented the whole category. Boone gave a low sound in his chest and did not move. Neither did the thing on the limb. It simply remained there, occupying the branch with a patience so complete it felt less like ambush than ownership. Watching the cabin without hurry, without concealment, without any need now to make me wonder whether my father had really meant that branch when he spoke about the one that sits. He had. And whatever was on that limb had been part of his life far longer than I had ever understood. Chapter 5. The Pit and the Promise. After I saw it on the sitting limb in daylight, I stopped pretending the cabin still held any version of my childhood that could be recovered. That should have been the end of sentiment. It should have burned the last of the nostalgia out of me. But grief does not surrender in one clean motion.
Even after the tapes, the pits, the deer head, and the thing itself laid out in plain gray afternoon like a fact nobody else would ever believe, part of me still kept reaching backward toward the family I thought I had come here to find. Maybe because I needed to know when the lie had started. Maybe because if I could locate the first crack, I could convince myself there had once been a whole thing before it broke. The photo boxes were in the loft closet under an extra sleeping bag and 2 folded camp chairs. I carried them downstairs and set them on the kitchen table beside the recorder. My mother's unsent letter, the deed packet, and the rest of my father's paper trail. The whole room had begun to feel like an evidence locker assembled by someone who hated me. Boone remained near the front windows, though every few minutes he would glance toward me, as if checking whether I was still doing the stupid human thing of trying to understand instead of simply leaving.
The boxes smelled like old cardboard, dust, and the faint, dry sweetness of paper stored too long and cold. At first there was nothing useful in them, only the ordinary remains of a family life that had once seemed sturdy from the inside. Birthday snapshots, Christmas mornings, my mother in sunglasses by a river I no longer recognized, my father standing by the truck with a stringer of trout, me at 8 in a winter coat so bulky I looked upholstered, Boone as a young dog, black and bright-eyed, his muzzle not yet touched by white. The cruelty of those pictures was in how normal they were. There we all were, smiling in front of the same cabin that now felt less like property and more like a stage someone else had built rules into. There was the porch, the clearing, the front windows that had looked so warm from outside, the upstairs balcony where I had stood the night before with the rifle aimed through the curtain. In photo after photo, the place was framed as refuge. Snow around it, smoke from the stovepipe,
my father's hand on my shoulder. Boone somewhere in the shot, if not the frame's center. Then I found one taken when I was maybe 10. My mother must have shot it from the porch because I was in the center of the clearing with a sled rope in one hand and a knit cap half off my head, grinning at something outside the frame. The cabin sat behind me, the tree line dark and close beyond the open snow. I almost set it aside with the others before my eyes snagged on something between the trunks at the left edge of the background. It could have been Shadow, if not for the shape. Tall, narrow, too vertical for brush, too dark and isolated for the surrounding trees, standing just inside the timber where the clearing ended. Not close enough to dominate the image, not clear enough to identify, but present in a way that changed the whole photograph once seen.
A dark, figure-shaped interruption between the trees, positioned at an angle that suggested it had been facing the camera or the child in the center of the yard. I held the photo nearer the lamp. The grain made certainty impossible. The distance helped nothing. But I knew what I was seeing in the way you know an old bruise belongs to the blow you once tried to forget. There was no reason for a person to be standing there during a family photo unless one of us had noticed him. None of us had. Or if someone had, they had chosen not to react. I looked over my shoulder toward the front windows, toward the clearing outside the real cabin, half expecting the same silhouette to be waiting there now. Boone had turned from the window and was watching me instead. I went through the rest of the stack with hands that had started shaking again.
In another winter photo, one of my father beside the truck after plowing the short drive by hand because the county hadn't come yet. A red strip hung from a sapling at the edge of the driveway, small enough to overlook, low enough that the camera barely caught it. If I had seen that picture any other year of my life, I would have assumed survey tape or trail marking or some other practical mountain clutter. Now it looked like an accusation preserved by accident. There were more, never obvious, never staged. A blurred red mark near the lower tree line in a summer picture. Something dark and branch level beyond the porch in one where my mother was laughing over burnt hot dogs. The signs had been there all along, not hidden exactly, but folded into the family record in ways only became visible once you knew what to fear. I do not know whether my father failed to notice them in those pictures, or simply never let himself say what they meant. That distinction mattered to me then.
It matters less now.
At the bottom of the second box, under loose photographs and an envelope full of old negatives, I found a hunting journal that was not my father's. The cover was cracked brown vinyl, the kind sold in hardware stores decades ago as all-purpose field books. The paper inside had yellowed and gone soft at the corners. The handwriting on the first page was my grandfather's. I knew it from Christmas cards and the back of old photographs. Narrower than my father's, more slanted, still hard to read unless you already knew the words. My grandfather died when I was young enough that most of what I know about him comes from stories told by people who preferred him in memory to whatever he had been in the room. I knew he hunted, knew he had helped build the first version of the cabin before the additions and repairs turned it into the place I grew up with. Knew he did not say much unless he had something to say. That was about it. I sat down before opening the journal because some part of me already understood what it meant to find it. Here, among the cabin papers, instead of at home in a box of dead relatives. The entries ran back decades. Not daily notes, not a full diary. More the way men like that record things they consider necessary and leave the rest to weather and recollection. Snow depth, elk movement, fuel use, repair lists, dates of storms, measurements. Once in a while, there were lines that brushed up against the edge of the thing my father later took as fact, without ever explaining. Dogs skittish on west break. Found low marks down after thaw. Do not leave scraps near the house in January. Then, halfway through a winter section from years before I was born, I found the line that took the floor out from under everything. Keep the ribbons low. It likes them low. I read it and then read it again with my mouth open. Not markers, not line tags. Ribbons, the same word the old man at the store had used. And not, they like them low, or the wind takes them if higher, or any other practical explanation a sane family might have passed from one generation to the next. It likes them low. That one sentence stretched the horror backward through blood. My father had not invented the system. He had inherited it. Maybe not the whole of it. Maybe he changed parts. Maybe he built his own compromises, his own pits, his own boundaries and substitutions. But the basic grammar of the thing was older than him, older than Boone, older than my childhood, older, probably, than my mother's first refusal to come back after that winter with the dogs. The Mercers had not stumbled onto a bad place and tried to manage it. We had been handed a set of rules about a bad place and mistaken that inheritance for ownership. I closed the journal and sat there listening to the cabin hum around me, my pulse suddenly loud and slow. A family line will pass down all kinds of poison if enough years harden it into custom. Silence, temper, drinking, ways of speaking, ways of not speaking, sometimes even places. This was that same ugliness, only sharpened by snow and bones and red cloth and the shape of something on a tree branch outside the house. My father had not merely failed me out of weakness or fear. He had stepped into a role he recognized from his own father and called the performance protection. And now, because I was here with the tapes and the notes and the same clearing outside the same windows, the role had reached for me too. That realization did something the earlier fear had not. It made me angry enough to want to break something. Not just leave, not just survive. Break the pattern, ruin the arrangement, refuse the obedience that had turned men in my family into caretakers of their own dread. I stood up so fast, Boone barked once in surprise. "No," I said aloud, though I could not have told you whether I was speaking to the house, the woods, my father, or myself. "No, I'm not doing this." The plan came together in the ugly, bright way bad plans often do. I would remove every marker I could find before dark. Every ribbon, every strip of red cloth, every little low boundary my father and grandfather had maintained around the clearing and along the ridge. Then I would load the truck, take Boone, and get off that mountain whether the road liked it or not. If the thing in the woods wanted its pattern preserved, I would be the first Mercer in however many decades to tear the pattern apart and leave it with nothing. It was a childish plan in some ways, vindictive, part fear, part grief, part the useless male faith that destruction counts as agency. But in that moment, it felt like the only action that was not submission. I went to the trunk and took the map, not to rehang anything this time, but to locate every marker point my father had drawn. I grabbed my knife, the flashlight, and the road flare, then turned for my coat. Boone was already between me and the door. He had moved there without my noticing, body angled across the narrow hallway, head low, mouth tight. Every line in him saying no with an urgency I had not seen before. When I stepped toward him, he barked sharply and did not move. I tried to sidestep. He followed. I reached for the doorknob. He lunged and snapped at my sleeve, not trying to bite me, trying to stop me. I jerked back on instinct, more from surprise than fear. Boone had never done that to me in his life. Not as a puppy, not as an old dog, not in pain, not under another man's hand, not ever. "Boone!" He barked again, louder, and sprang up against my thigh with his front paws, nails catching the denim, mouth open in raw, frantic protest. When I pushed him gently back, he snapped once more at the cuff of my coat, and then retreated only far enough to stand between me and the door again, trembling so hard his whole body shook. It was not aggression. It was pleading. I looked down at him and saw all at once how many times over the past 2 days he had tried to warn me with every language available to a dog. At the turnout, at the tree line, at the bathroom hallway, at the front windows. He had been braver than I deserved, and now he was reduced to using his teeth on my clothes because all the subtler forms of refusal had failed. Outside, in the dimming late afternoon light, the sitting limb waited beyond the glass. And for the first time I understood with perfect clarity that whatever had been maintained around this cabin had not been an accidental haunting, not a one-off nightmare, not even just my father's private sickness. It was inheritance. And inheritance does not let go just because you finally decided to call it by its name. Chapter 6. Tearing down the boundary. I wish I could tell you Boone stopped me. He tried. That matters to me now in a way it didn't then. He did everything a dog could do short of locking the door himself. He barked, blocked me, snapped at my sleeve, planted his old body in the hallway, and looked at me with a kind of frantic certainty that should have embarrassed me into listening. But by that point, I was too full of my own fear to recognize wisdom when it had 4 legs and a white muzzle. There is a stage grief reaches when it curdles into action just because stillness has become unbearable. I had spent 2 nights being watched, measured, circled, instructed by evidence, by notes, by my father's silence, by the thing in the woods and the shape it had carved into my family before I was old enough to understand what I was inheriting. Anger finally gave me something panic never had. Motion I could mistake for control. I shoved past Boone, took the trunk from the lean-to, and dragged it into the yard. The metal corners gouged hard lines through the snow as I hauled it by the handle, breath tearing in my throat, my gloves slipping on the cold iron. It was heavier than it should have been for cloth, wire, and old paper, but that was probably because I was half exhausted and not thinking clearly. Or maybe because some objects gain weight once you understand what work they've been doing. Boone followed me as far as the porch and stopped there, barking in clipped, furious bursts that carried none of his old hunting confidence. He looked less like a dog warning a threat than a dog watching his owner step into traffic. The clearing had gone flat and gray under a low lid of cloud. It wasn't evening yet, not quite, but the winter light had already started its slow surrender. The pines at the edge of the open ground stood close and black as ever. The sitting limb a dark horizontal bar off to the right where I had seen that long shape draped over it in daylight. Nothing occupied it now. That only made it feel more watched. I dropped the trunk in the snow and flipped it open. Inside lay the same miserable system my father and grandfather had tended in secrecy. Bundles of red cloth strips, wire, old maps, the disposable camera, the zip bag with finger bones, notes written in blunt, practical hands. Looking at it all in the open air made my anger sharpen again. None of it felt sacred. It felt pathetic. homemade boundaries. Family superstition built up over winters and fear until it had hardened into obedience. I seized one bundle of cloth, stuffed it into my coat pocket, and started for the nearest marker point. The first one was low near the edge of the clearing, tied to a sapling I had already reset the day before, like an idiot trying to prove the ritual harmless. I took out my knife and sawed through the cloth instead of untying it. The strip fluttered down into the snow and landed bright against the white. I kicked it away. "There," I said aloud to the woods. My voice sounded too loud. I moved faster after that. From one marked point to another, following the shape of the broken ring my father had mapped around the house. Some ribbons came loose easily. Others had frozen into bark, or stiffened with age so that I had to hack them apart in ugly little red scraps. At one point, I found an old strip darkened nearly black and ripped it down so hard a shower of snow came off the branch above it and went down my collar. I didn't stop. At the second point, I found a rabbit jaw half buried under powder where I had seen it before. I threw it as far as I could into the clearing. At another, there was a cleaned rib laid along a root like a marker pointer. I kicked it into the drift. Wax drippings on bark, a rusted hook, a tiny bone wired to a branch. I tore, cut, snapped, and flung whatever I found. There was no method to it after the first few minutes beyond destruction. I wanted the woods to feel touched back, violated, interrupted. Boone had stopped barking by then. That should have warned me. I kept working my way around the front arc of the clearing and up toward the rise behind the cabin, where one of the small pits lay under snow and old leaves. I found it by the smell before I saw it. The stale, greasy sweetness of old offal trapped under cold. The surface had drifted over, but when I drove my boot into it, the crust collapsed and exposed dark, frozen scraps beneath. Deer remains mostly. Hide, fat gone hard. A scatter of old bone. I emptied one of the offal buckets from the shed into the snow beside it, the half-frozen contents slopping out in a dark lump that looked almost black against the white. Then I kicked at the pit itself until the rim caved in, and whatever shape my father had given it was ruined. Rotten leaves, old bones, crusted blood-dark earth, all of it scattered under my boots as I stamped and shoved. For a few minutes I felt better. That is the ugliest part to admit. There was relief in action, something close to exhilaration. I had been pushed and herded and observed for 2 days. Now I was the one breaking pattern. Every cut ribbon, every flung bone, every spoiled little arrangement gave me back a fraction of myself I thought fear had taken. I remember actually laughing once under my breath, harsh and stupid, because the whole thing seemed suddenly small enough to be dismantled by a 19-year-old with a knife and a temper. Then the woods went silent. Not quieter. Silent. Wind had been moving lightly through the higher branches all afternoon, enough to make a soft, dry whisper over the clearing. Somewhere farther down the mountain, there had been the occasional distant grind of road noise, or a plow, or maybe just my imagination wanting proof of human life beyond the trees. The cabin generator hummed behind me. Snow slid now and then from loaded boughs. All of that stopped in the same moment so completely that for a second I thought my hearing had failed. I froze with one hand on a low branch where I had just cut another ribbon free. No wind, no branches rubbing, no road. Even the generator seemed suddenly farther away, as if the cabin had been pushed back from the clearing by the silence instead of the other way around. My own breathing sounded wrong in it, too loud, too wet. each inhale obvious enough to feel exposed. I turned slowly. Boone was gone from the porch. A shot of panic went through me before I spotted him under the truck, wedged as far beneath the chassis as his old body could fit, eyes showing white in the shadow. He would not come out. When I called his name, he only flattened himself tighter against the packed snow under the frame. That frightened me more than anything I had done so far. Boone! No movement. The clearing seemed to be holding its breath around us. Then, from the left tree line, came 3 soft taps, evenly spaced, wood on wood. The same pattern I had heard near the pit, the same cadence that had moved around the cabin walls at night. I turned toward it sharply, but before I could focus on where it had come from, the same pattern answered from behind the cabin. 3 taps. Then from farther uphill, near the north rise, 3 more. Not one thing moving around the clearing now. Echoes, placements, responses. The realization hit me in a cold rush that made the hair lift on my arms under my coat. I had not disturbed a single creature's route. I had disturbed an arrangement bigger than the branch, bigger than the porch, bigger maybe than even my father's private system had let him admit. The markers had not been just a fence line for one prowler. They had been part of a wider conversation in the trees, and I had just stepped into the middle of it with a knife like an angry child. Another 3 taps came, this time closer to the front of the cabin. I backed up without meaning to, boots sinking into churned snow and dark scraps from the ruined pit. The pieces of red cloth I had cut down lay around the clearing in little bright wounds. In the silence, they no longer looked triumphant. They looked like invitations. "Boone!" I shouted, but even my own voice sounded misplaced. Under the truck, he began making a low, continuous sound in his throat. Not barking, not whining, just a steady note of dread that seemed to vibrate through the metal frame above him. I wanted suddenly and desperately to be back inside the house. But moving toward the porch meant crossing the open clearing, and for the first time since coming to the mountain, the clearing did not feel open. It felt surrounded in more than one direction at once. The tapping did not repeat immediately. That almost made it worse. I stood there, half turned between the truck, the porch, and the tree line, listening so hard my jaw hurt. Somewhere in the silence, a single clump of snow dropped from a branch and hit the ground with a muffled hush that made my whole body jerk. Then I saw the prints. They were near the sitting tree, where the snow had been less disturbed before. At first, all I registered was texture. Too much broken surface in one place. Too many impressions layered over each other. Then my eyes adjusted, and the pattern became clear enough to make my stomach turn. Fresh footprints overlapped older ones there in such dense repetition that individual tracks were impossible to count. Long, narrow prints with toe-like fronts pressed over other prints of the same shape, some sharp-edged and recent, others softened under drift and then renewed. The ground around the base of the tree looked worked for a long time, not one night, many nights, many passes, many returns to the same place. Whatever had been using that limb had not simply visited it, it had worn away there. Chapter 6. Tearing Down the Boundary. I made it back inside before dark, but only in the technical sense. The sky had not gone fully black yet when I slammed the front door behind me and threw the deadbolt. But whatever the clearing had become after I tore down the markers had already crossed some line daylight used to hold. The cabin no longer felt like shelter with the night still outside it. It felt like a box I had barely managed to crawl back into before something larger finished closing around it. Boone came in low and fast and did not stop moving until he reached the living room. Then he wheeled once, looked toward the stairs, and made a sharp, panicked bark, as if warning me not to even think about going up there. I didn't argue. The loft still had the blanket jammed against the broken balcony door, where the rifle blast had shattered the glass. But after what I had seen outside near the sitting tree, the whole upper floor felt exposed in a new way. Not because of the damage, because now I knew the thing outside, or whatever collection of things or rules I had stepped into, had been using that upper sightline for longer than I had been alive. My father had known it. My grandfather had known enough to keep the ribbons low. The house was not a place this presence had discovered accidentally. It had a map of it. Maybe better than I did. I stayed downstairs and started building a plan out of whatever fear had left me. Leave at first light. No more searching. No more tapes. No more pits. No more proving anything. Load the truck, get Boone in the seat, point downhill, and keep driving until pavement and traffic and human stupidity replaced mountain silence. That was the plan I told myself while I checked the rifle, counted shells, set the flare and flashlight on the kitchen table, and moved my father's papers into one pile I could grab quickly in the morning. It was not a good plan. It was a retreat disguised as a schedule. But the act of naming tomorrow gave the evening a shape, and shape mattered. Outside, the last of the gray faded. Inside, the generator coughed. The lights dipped once, hard enough that every bulb in the cabin seemed to take a breath. Then they steadied. Boone barked at the ceiling. I looked automatically toward the loft, even though he still hadn't gone near the stairs. "Not now," I said, though I couldn't tell whether I meant the generator or the things outside. A few minutes later, it happened again. The kitchen light dimmed to a yellow bruise. The living room lamp shrank. The hallway bulb near the bathroom went weak, recovered, then weak again. I felt the cabin's electrical hum stutter under the floorboards and knew without checking that the generator was failing intermittently. Maybe from cold, maybe from fuel line ice, maybe from some completely ordinary mountain problem that had chosen the worst possible timing. I went outside to the generator only as far as the porch. That was all I could force myself to do. The machine sat where it always had, in its little lean-to housing off the side of the cabin. I could hear it chugging rough and unevenly through the boards. I should have gone down there with a flashlight and checked the line, checked the choke, checked the fuel feed like my father would have. Instead, I stood in the doorway, looked at the deepening dark, and backed inside again. That was the first time I admitted to myself that the cabin had already beaten practical behavior out of me. The lights flickered a third time just as full dark came down. Then, the back hallway went black. The bulb over the bathroom and utility wall died first, leaving the rear of the cabin cut off in a sudden chunk of darkness that felt almost physical. The kitchen light held. The living room lamp held. The front windows reflected the room back at me in weak gold. But the rear hallway was gone. And because I had seen that face at the slit bathroom window the night before, the absence there felt less like a power issue than like invitation. I grabbed 2 oil lanterns from the shelf by the mudroom and lit them with my father's Strike Anywhere matches. The scratch of the match head and the bloom of sulfur felt absurdly old-fashioned. But the lantern flames steadied me more than the electric lights had. I placed one in the hallway entrance and one on the kitchen counter, then set the road flare within reach, though I didn't light it yet. The cabin took on a layered look under mixed light. Generator yellow in some rooms, lantern gold in others, deep shadows where neither reached fully. It should have felt warmer. Instead, it felt porous. Boone would not go upstairs at all.
I tested that once because the blanket over the shattered balcony opening had come loose at one corner, and I knew the cold would only worsen if I didn't fix it. I took 2 steps toward the stairs, and Boone lunged in front of me. Barking so hard, foam flecked at the corners of his mouth. Not aggression, prohibition. His whole body was in it. "Fine," I said. My own voice sounded too thin in the room. By the time I dragged one of the downstairs quilts to the base of the stairs and left the loft to whatever watched from above, tapping had already begun, and it wasn't even fully night by the clock. That struck me first, the timing. Before, it had waited for darkness to settle in properly. The circling, the roof steps, the walls, the glass, it all belonged to deep night. Now the first taps came while the sky still held a faint leaden trace beyond the front curtains. 3 soft contacts on the outer wall near the kitchen. Pause. 2 on the rear siding, then 1 on the front door glass. Earlier than ever, as if removing the ribbons and kicking open the pit had not merely provoked a response, but advanced the schedule itself. I stood in the living room with the rifle and listened, trying to pretend I still knew where the outside of the house ended. That illusion lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then something moved under the cabin. Not the random scamper of a raccoon or a porcupine. Not settling. Not wind. Slow footfalls or impacts under the floor joists, directly beneath the main room, far enough apart to imply weight and intent. The boards under my boots did not visibly flex, but I felt the faint transfer of contact in them anyway, like someone walking below a dock while you stand on top of it. Boone spun toward the stove and barked downward. A second later came scratching inside the wall. Close. Interior close. Not on the siding this time, but in the void between the living room and the rear hallway. A drawn-out rasp of something traveling inside the space where insulation and studs should have been enough of a boundary to make me feel safe. The sound moved horizontally for several feet, paused, then resumed nearer the bathroom. I actually backed into the kitchen table hard enough to rattle the lantern glass. "No," I said aloud, too softly to mean anything. Another sound answered from the back of the cabin. The distinct creak of weight on the rear steps outside the utility door. Then another. Not rushing, climbing. I swung the flashlight beam down the hallway and caught only the glow of the lantern I had left there and the bathroom door half ajar in the black. The narrow slit of window beyond it showed nothing but a vertical seam of dark. The scratching in the wall stopped. Something gave a wet exhale near the fireplace flue. That was the moment the cabin changed for me completely. Until then, even after the window face and the balcony and the tracks and pits and bones, the house had still retained some category in my head called inside. Imperfect, vulnerable, watched, but inside. A place where walls mattered. A place where movement had to choose between roof, porch, siding, door. The breath near the flue stripped that away. It was not loud. It was barely more than a moist, close release of air from somewhere above the stovepipe, where the chimney throat narrowed. But it came from a point already functionally within the structure, and my body understood what my mind resisted. The boundary between outside and inside had weakened enough that I could no longer trust direction. I started lighting everything I could find. One more lantern from the mudroom, candles from the mantel, the road flare at last, which I wedged in an old coffee can in the back hallway, where its furious red light stained the walls and made the bathroom doorway look like the entrance to a meat locker. The air in the house began to smell of hot oil, wax, sulfur, old smoke,
and the cold draft slipping from upstairs through the damaged balcony door. Every room became overdefined in some places and unreadable in others. The radio, which had sat dead and inert for hours, burst alive so suddenly I thought for one insane second that the flare had somehow triggered it. Not one voice, several, layered and slipping over each other in static, some male, some too broken to sex at all. Phrases half-born and reabsorbed into crackle before I could catch them. It sounded like people talking through walls in different rooms at once. I lunged for the dial, but before my hand reached it, one voice rose clear enough above the others to stop me cold. Mine. My own voice, flattened by static but unmistakable in rhythm and tone, saying, "I let it in." I let go of the radio as if it had shocked me. The voices blurred again, whispered over each other, broke into hiss and fragments, and then returned with my own voice once more, fainter this time, repeating the phrase as if from farther down a hallway. I let it in. Something in me nearly snapped there. Not dramatically. I didn't scream, or throw the radio, or collapse. It was worse than that. For one thin, stretched second, I felt my mind trying to choose the easiest explanation available, even if that explanation required me to distrust my own memory. Had I? Did opening the door to look at the porch rail count? The bathroom hallway? The broken balcony door? The ribbons? Was there some point at which curiosity, grief, or rage had become admission? The cabin had already trained me into response patterns. Follow, check, photograph, listen, rehang, tear down, wait. Hearing my own voice inside that static turned all of those actions against me at once. Boone saved me again by barking at the closet under the stairs. Not the stairs themselves. The little narrow storage closet built into the dead space beneath them, where my father kept snow chains, old boots, and cleaning supplies.
Boone planted himself in front of the louvered door and barked with sharp, violent urgency, then looked back at me and barked again as if trying to force my attention there. I grabbed the flashlight, the crowbar from the mudroom, and crossed the room on legs that didn't feel fully connected to me. The closet door stuck, then opened inward with a dry squeal. Inside were the usual things at first glance: chains, a shovel handle, a dented can of kerosene, cardboard boxes gone soft with age. But Boone kept barking low, aimed not at the contents, but at the rear panel. I swept the beam across it and saw what I had never noticed before. An outline in the back wall low to the floor, square and rough, sealed over with old boards and 4 nails hammered in long ago, and then painted around badly enough to disappear unless the light hit at an angle. A hatch inside the house. My mouth went dry all over again. I pulled the boxes aside and wedged the crowbar under the edge. The first nail groaned loose slowly. The second popped and sprayed old paint flakes. Dust came out of the seam in a gray little breath that smelled like dirt, trapped cold, and something faintly spoiled underneath. Boone backed up but did not stop barking. I pried the panel free. Behind it was a narrow crawl space running toward the rear foundation of the cabin, just high enough in places for a man to drag himself through on elbows if he was desperate or stupid enough. Dirt floor, rough beams, black gaps where the foundation stones had shifted over years. A little world under the house I had never known existed, even though my father must have. I stared into it with the flashlight. Nothing moved. Only darkness broken by splintered light and the suggestion of depth narrowing toward the rear of the cabin,
where the bathroom and utility wall sat above. My hand tightened on the crowbar handle. Without thinking, I knocked it once against the open frame. The sound was small, hollow, stupid. And from inside the crawl space, after just enough delay to prove it was an answer, came one slow tap back. Chapter 6. Tearing Down the Boundary. For a few seconds after the answering tap came back from under the house, I could not move. The flashlight beam trembled in my hand and bounced against raw wood, dirt, and foundation stone, making the crawl space seem to breathe in shallow, uneven pulses. Boone had gone silent behind me, which was somehow worse than the barking. Silence from him now meant the same thing it had meant at the turnout, at the tree line, at the bathroom window. Certainty too complete to waste on noise. The road flare in the hallway spat and hissed, throwing red light through the kitchen in slow breathing surges. Behind me, the radio still leaked a low wash of static from the table. Somewhere above all of it, snow whispered against the roof in fits and starts. I crouched lower and aimed the flashlight deeper under the stairs.
The crawl space was narrow, but not natural. Not just a gap left by builders. It had been used. That was obvious almost immediately once my eyes adjusted to the clutter and the limited angles. There were boards laid flat in the dirt to make a kind of crude path. The earth beneath them had been compacted by repeated use. Along the left side, between the support posts, I could see things arranged in deliberate little clusters that had no business existing under a family cabin. I went in anyway. Not all the way at first. Just far enough to get one knee and one shoulder inside the opening, the rifle set aside within reach, the crowbar in one hand and the flashlight in the other. Dirt smell rose up around me, cold and stale, mixed with the mineral damp of foundation stone and something older beneath it. Burned wax, old blood, mouse rot, and the dry medicinal smell of things that have been hidden too long. The first thing I found was a length of wire strung through small bones. It hung from a nail driven into one of the joists, low enough that my sleeve brushed it when I shifted. The bones clicked softly together with the movement, and that tiny sound in the enclosed dark made the skin on my neck go tight. Some of them were clearly animal, bird bones maybe, and thin finger-like pieces from things too small for me to name. Others looked wrong in ways I no longer had the luxury of dismissing. Joint shapes too human, phalanges too familiar. The wire was twisted neatly at both ends, not tossed up there in panic. Hung. A little farther in were old cloth markers, folded and stacked. Not loose scraps, not storage. Bundles of red strips, some faded nearly brown with age, some only dulled by dust, laid in rows beside the beam like spare parts waiting to be replaced. Near them sat 2 candle jars crusted over with old wax drippings that had run down the glass and hardened in thick, pale ridges. One still held a blackened wick, bent over in a shape that looked strangely delicate under the flashlight. I kept moving. The crawl space widened slightly under the center of the house, enough that I could crouch instead of crawl. More objects emerged from the dark in careful, ugly order. A rusted coffee tin with no lid, filled with animal teeth. Not just 1 or 2, a handful at least. Some small and needle-fine, some broad and flat-rooted, all yellowed and dry, several dark at the roots as if cleaned poorly or not at all. Beside it lay a small cardboard box of shotgun shells gone soft with damp, but still recognizable by color and brass. Near the rear foundation, there was a stain on the dirt, where something oily had soaked in years earlier and kept the ground darker than the rest. None of this had happened by accident. My father had not simply observed a problem.
He had built a supply line for it into the structure of the house. That truth had been circling me for hours already. But seeing the physical evidence of it under the floor where I had played as a kid, where my mother had cooked soup, where Boone had slept by the stove, changed the scale of the horror. The cabin was not separate from the system. It was one of the system's organs. My flashlight beam caught glass. A mason jar sat tucked against the rear foundation stone, as if someone had pushed it deep for safekeeping and expected to return. The lid was screwed on tight, and the inside held only a folded note and a few curled dark flecks that might once have been leaves or hair or nothing at all. I reached for it and found my hand shaking badly enough that the first grab missed. The jar came free with a gritty sucking sound from the dirt. Ray's handwriting was visible through the glass even before I opened it. I twisted the lid off and unfolded the paper in the crawl space, with the flashlight pinned awkwardly between my shoulder and jaw. The page was yellowed and stiff at the fold lines. The writing had pressed so hard in places, the pen had almost torn through. It said, "If I'm gone and it comes close, put one piece under the house and one at the north pit. Leave before morning." That was all. No explanation of what one piece meant. No mention of what counted as too close. No apology. No instructions for warning my mother. Just procedure, reduced to the smallest number of words possible. I stared at it until the letters seemed to move. One piece under the house, one at the north pit. Like feeding stations. Like appeasement. Like a transaction so old and practiced, it no longer required moral language. My stomach turned hard enough that for a second I thought I might vomit right there into the dirt. I had grown up believing my father was a practical man because that is what men like him trained their families to call all the things they do without discussing. But practical men do not create hidden caches of bones, shells, candle jars, and written instructions for distributing unnamed pieces under the family home and at a pit in the woods after their death. That is ritual. Whatever plain, ugly word he would have used for it in his own head, that is what it was. My flashlight slipped and struck another object half under a beam, a work glove, stiff with age. Brown canvas, one finger torn. I picked it up by the wrist, and something brittle shifted inside the cuff. When I peeled the fabric back with the tip of the crowbar, I saw what looked like a dry flap of skin or hide caught there, thin and pale gray, with a few dark hairs still rooted in it. I dropped the glove so fast it hit the dirt with almost no sound. Somewhere behind me, Boone made a strangled noise. I understood then, in a cold, clean line that cut straight through every remaining defense my mind had left, that my father had not merely left notes because he feared something. He had performed acts, repeatedly, deliberately, hidden them under the house, in the shed, at the pits, around the boundary. The ribbons, the bones, the candle wax, the offal buckets, the written instructions, all of it belonged to a structure of maintenance. He had not protected the cabin from the thing. He had incorporated the cabin into whatever arrangement kept it manageable. And I had just torn down part of that arrangement in a fit of grief and anger. The first pounding footstep hit the roof above me so hard, dust sifted down through the joists. I flinched and struck my head on the beam above the crawl space. The flashlight beam spun crazily over dirt, stone, bones, wire. Then another impact. Then another. No careful tapping anymore. No polite, chest-height knocks on the glass. Something was crossing the roof fast and hard enough to shake the structure. each footfall landing with blunt force that vibrated through the beams and into the dirt under my hands. I scrambled backward, clutching the note and flashlight, and nearly knocked the coffee tin of teeth over in my haste. Above, the pounding accelerated. It moved across the roof line in a line I could trace through sound alone, from rear slope to loft, from loft toward the front, then back again, as if whatever was up there had lost patience with the old circling route and was now testing the whole structure by impact. Wood boomed. The walls shivered. Fine dust and old cobweb fragments drifted down in pale threads. Then something dropped onto the balcony. Not stepped. Dropped. The force of it shook dust from the loft beams and sent a deep jolt through the upper wall so strong I felt it in the dirt through my knees. Boone's restraint finally broke not into barking, but into a sound I did not know a dog could make. A high, tearing scream from somewhere beyond fear. The noise of an animal whose body has recognized a threat too complete to process by any normal warning behavior. "Boone!" I threw myself backward out of the crawl space, dragging the mason jar and the note with me on instinct. My shoulder caught the hatch frame hard enough to send pain down my arm. The flashlight flew and struck the floor, rolling until its beam pointed under the kitchen table. The road flare's red light smeared everything into ugly emergency colors. Boone was no longer by the hatch. He had retreated to the center of the living room, paws splayed, head lifted toward the ceiling as if trying to track movement through multiple floors at once. He screamed again when another hammering series of blows ran across the loft. The balcony railing groaned overhead. I got to my feet with dirt on my knees and foundation dust in my hair, the note still crushed in one fist, and looked up toward the stairs with a level of understanding I had been refusing all day. The family home had never been a refuge from the thing outside. It had been one functioning part of the treaty. Chapter 7. What followed me home. That was the moment I stopped looking for the full answer. Not because I had found enough of it to be satisfied. I hadn't. The opposite, really. By then I understood just enough to know that every new piece only widened the shape of what I was trapped inside. My father had not been observing a thing in the woods. He had been serving a system around it. My grandfather had known enough to name parts of that system before I was born. The cabin itself had been built into it, used by it, maybe even preserved by it. And if I stayed until daylight trying to understand 1 inch more, I was going to die up there. That thought arrived without drama. No revelation, no surge of courage. Just a hard, flat line through all the panic and grief and rage. Leave now, or don't leave at all. I grabbed what mattered because my body needed a task to follow. The note from the mason jar, my father's tapes, the recorder, the deed packet with my mother's unsent letters still folded inside. A handful of photographs from the box upstairs that I had already ruined with my fingerprints and fear. My wallet, keys, flashlight, road flare, the rifle, the extra shells. I stuffed everything into the duffel without caring what bent or cracked in the process. I did not do what my father's note told me to do. I did not put one piece under the house and one at the north pit. Even then, shaking so hard I could barely zip the bag, I knew exactly what that meant. It meant he had expected a moment like this. Expected a future where he might be gone and the thing would come close and someone else, his son presumably, would have to continue the procedure. Feed the system one more time. Buy distance. Leave before morning. I hated him too much in that moment to obey. Or maybe I was simply too afraid of what obedience would mean.
Once you follow a ritual in earnest, you admit it works. Or at least that you believe it might.
I could not bear that final surrender. Not to him, not to the house, not to whatever had been waiting on that branch all those years, while my family called this place ours. Boone stayed at my heels while I packed, but he would not look upstairs. Every impact on the roof made him flinch, as if the blows landed in his own ribs. The sounds had changed from the deliberate pacing of earlier nights into something uglier. Bursts of pounding movement, then stillness, then a heavy shift over the balcony, then a scrape somewhere along the loft edge that sounded too close to the broken door. I slung the duffel over one shoulder, took the rifle in my other hand, and went for the front door. The taps returned just as I reached it. Not on the glass this time, on the roof directly above the living room, then on the side wall by the front window, then a light, dry series on the porch rail itself, as if something was testing the exact spot where the fresh red ribbon had been tied. Boone barked once, high and raw, then shoved himself so hard against my leg he almost knocked me sideways. I opened the door anyway. The cold outside was brutal after the lantern heat and flare smoke of the cabin. Snow had deepened across the clearing, but not enough yet to trap the truck if I moved fast and got lucky. The deer head was gone from the porch. I registered that in one sick flash as I crossed the boards. Not dragged partly away, not knocked off. Gone. I did not investigate. I half threw the duffel into the truck bed, almost changed my mind and brought it into the cab with me, then left it where it landed among the chains because wasting one more second in the open felt worse than losing papers to snow. I opened the passenger door for Boone and had to help him up with both hands because his back legs slipped on the step. He scrambled in, turned twice on the seat without settling, and stared at the cabin with every muscle in him locked. The tapping was still going on overhead. That was the surreal part. I was outside now, key in hand, and whatever had been hammering the roof continued moving up there, as if the cabin itself still held all its attention. Or as if it wanted me to hear that it could remain above the house while still knowing exactly where I was. I climbed behind the wheel and jammed the key in. The engine caught hard on the second turn. Old Ford, old winter miracle. The truck shuddered into life, and the heater fan came on in its familiar dying whine. I threw it into reverse and looked once toward the loft. Something moved across the upstairs windows. Not clearly, not long enough to call it a body, just a dark transit behind the curtains and weak interior light, crossing the loft from one side to the other with a speed too smooth for any human, scrambling over broken glass and furniture. A shape passing through the room where I had slept, where my father had slept, where the balcony door still gaped under the blanket. I backed out so fast the rear tires spun and fishtailed in the churned snow before catching. The truck slewed crooked across the clearing, headlights swinging over the front of the cabin, the porch, the sitting tree, the packed rings of old tracks I had seen earlier. Snow flashed white, black, white again. Then the headlights caught it. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the porch and just inside the first line of pines, it stood facing the truck. There was no cinematic reveal to it, no dramatic step forward. It had simply been there, waiting for the light to find it. Too tall. That was still the first fact. Too tall, and not in the broad way big men are tall. Narrow, elongated, somehow less weighted than a living body should have been. One arm hung lower than the other by enough to make the imbalance unmistakable. The head sat slightly cocked, that same wrong attentive angle I had seen on the balcony. Across its chest hung the same dark clutter of bones and strips and wire, catching the headlights in pale little points. It did not charge. That mattered more than anything else in that moment. If it had run at the truck, or lunged, or thrown itself into the path the way frightened imagination trains you to expect, I think I would have hit the tree line, or stalled the engine, or simply broken down into blind panic. But it only watched. The same way it had watched from the branch. The same way it had watched from the window. Motionless, except for whatever tiny internal shifts kept it balanced. Watching me leave. The worst part was that the stillness made it feel less defeated than if it had attacked. As though departure was not a thing it needed to prevent. I kept reversing until I had enough angle to turn, then slammed the truck into drive and punched us toward the road out. The first stretch off the cabin approach was the worst because the snow had drifted back over my earlier tracks and the truck wanted to follow old ruts while my hands shook on the wheel. We slid once so hard the rear end kicked toward the ditch and Boone slammed into the passenger door with a bark that was mostly impact. I corrected too late, overcorrected, felt the tires catch, and somehow kept us on the road. The mountain beyond the cabin looked utterly normal in the headlights. That almost undid me. The same road, the same snow-loaded branches, the same dark pines crowding the shoulders. No sign that a family could build years of ritual into a place like that. No sign that my father's keys had come out of a deer's mouth, or that a thing wearing bones had just stood in my lights without fear. Horror in daylight and horror in memory always leave behind landscapes that seem to be mocking you by continuing unchanged. We nearly went off the road a second time at the first hard bend below the ridge. The truck slid broadside toward the edge, chains in the bed crashing against one another. And for a second, all I could see in the windshield was the black drop between trees. I hauled the wheel, the rear tire found enough bite to jerk us straight, and the whole cab smelled suddenly of hot metal and Boone's fear. "Easy," I said, though I was saying it to myself. He still hadn't relaxed. He stood braced on the passenger seat, with his front paws spread and his nose close to the glass, not looking back toward the cabin now, but scanning the trees as if expecting something to parallel us just beyond the headlights. At the next turn, I saw the ribbons, one tied low to a sapling on the left shoulder. Then another 10 yards farther, on the right. Then a third, lower still, hanging from a bent alder near the ditch. As the truck rounded the curve and the lights swung with it, more of them appeared in sequence down the road ahead. Thin red strips newly tied at intervals, always low to the ground, marking the way the road descended. Not random, not old, not there on my drive up. My skin went cold all over again despite the heater finally beginning to work. They formed a route. That was the thought I could not escape. Not merely more markers in the woods. A line of fresh placements guiding the descent, visible only as the headlights found them one by one. My father's note had said nothing about leaving this way. The old man at the store had asked whether the ribbons were still up. My grandfather had written that it liked them low. And now the road out of the mountain was wearing them like instructions. A wave of sickness rolled through me that had nothing to do with the near slides or the smell of gunpowder still in my coat. I was not escaping by luck. I was being allowed to leave. That idea stayed with me the whole way down and ruined every mile. When branches leaned close over the road, I saw them as places something could have perched. When the truck headlights caught reflective eyes deep in the brush, I couldn't stop wondering whether they belonged to deer or not. Twice I checked the rearview mirror so compulsively I nearly missed the road itself. Each time I saw only darkness, snow, the pale tunnel of our own receding tire tracks. Boone finally lay down only when we hit the main county route. The plowed road looked almost urban after the mountain track, Wide, packed, ugly with salt and slush, tire marks everywhere. Proof that other people existed and had used it recently. There were no ribbons visible there. No dark shapes in the trees close enough to own the shoulder.
The ordinary world reassembled itself in pieces. A reflector post, a road sign, distant utility lines. Boone lowered himself onto the seat with a long, shuddering exhale, and for the first time since the cabin, he stopped scanning every direction at once. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt watched from farther away. Maybe that was exhaustion by then. Maybe the human nervous system can only survive so much before it starts drawing danger into every available shape. I kept driving because stopping felt impossible. My hands hurt from gripping the wheel. My eyes burned. There was a low ache in my right shoulder where the rifle had kicked me the night before, and every time I shifted, I felt the bruise beginning. A few miles later, on a straighter section where the road widened enough for me to breathe almost normally, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For 1 second, I saw a dark shape standing upright in the truck bed among the chains. Not crouched, not low. Upright enough that the cab blocked its lower half. Head and shoulders rising above the bed rails behind me. Motionless despite the truck's movement. Exactly where no living thing could have balanced. I jerked around so hard the tires bumped the center line. There was nothing there. Only the chains. The duffel half buried in blown snow. The empty bed bucking under the road's roughness. When I looked back at the mirror, it showed only darkness and the white ghost of our own headlights reflected off the storm behind us. Chapter 7. What followed me home. By the time I got home, I already knew I was not going to tell the truth. Not because I wanted to protect anyone. Not because I thought the truth was noble or private or too sacred for other people's ears. I wasn't my father yet, at least not in any conscious way. I told a smaller story because the larger one had no place to go. That was the practical reason. The uglier reason was that speaking it aloud in full would have made it more real than I could bear in those first days after leaving the mountain. So I gave everyone the version the world could survive. To my mother, I said there had been someone on the property, a trespasser, maybe a drifter living rough in the woods behind the cabin, maybe somebody disturbed. I told her about the tracks because those could still belong to a person if you wanted them to badly enough. I told her about the deer head on the porch because she would have noticed the blood on my coat anyway. I told her I found old pits in the woods full of bones, cans, and animal remains, and that I didn't think it was safe to stay another night. I did not tell her about the voice from the radio. I did not tell her about the face at the bathroom window, or the thing on the balcony with the strand of bones on its chest, or the shape on the sitting limb in daylight. And I definitely did not tell her that her dead husband had left notes instructing me how to feed something under the house and at the north pit if he was gone and it came close. She sat at the kitchen table while I spoke, hands wrapped around a mug she never drank from, and I watched her listen in the way people listen when part of them already knows more than they want confirmed. She went pale at the deer head, flinched when I mentioned the pits. But the moment I said, "Someone living wild up there," her face changed in a small, telling way. Not relief, exactly. More like she had found a version of the story she could live next to without collapsing. "Did you call anyone?" she asked. "The sheriff," I said. "Or dispatch. I got through long enough." "And?" "They said they'd check the area when the road cleared." She nodded once. Her fingers tightened on the mug. There was a long silence after that. Boone lay under the table at her feet and did not look up when either of us moved.
He had followed me into the house, but refused the garage entirely. When I opened the side door to bring in the duffel from the truck, he had stopped at the threshold and backed away like there was something breathing in the dark beyond the lawnmower and workbench. Finally, my mother said, too carefully, "I told him not to keep going up there alone." I looked at her. "Keep going up there?" She didn't answer immediately, just stared at the steamless coffee in her hands. "He said he had things handled," she said at last. That was all. Not a confession, not a full explanation. Only enough to prove that the unsent letter I had found in the deed packet was not a momentary fight she had forgotten. It had become part of the architecture of their marriage. One more thing she understood around the edges and accepted because the alternative would have required larger questions than either of them wanted to live inside. The sheriff got a cleaner version. Or rather, Deputy Hall and then another deputy in person when the roads improved enough that they could actually come by and take a report. I showed them the photographs, the blood on the siding, the deer head on the porch, the tracks in the snow, the pits, the old coat, the red strips of cloth. I said I thought someone had been using the woods behind the Mercer property for years. I said there may have been human remains mixed in with animal bones. I said I heard movement around the cabin, something on the roof, someone at the windows. The deputy taking notes wrote things down in that calm, practiced way law enforcement uses when a citizen is hovering somewhere between witness and problem. "Did you ever see the individual clearly?" he asked. I thought of the balcony, the wrong shoulders, the split mouth, the head tilted like an imitation of human curiosity. "Not clearly enough," I said. That answer satisfied him more than the truth would have. They did not search the property right away. Winter still had the roads by the throat, and remote county resources are exactly what their budgets look like. The cabin sat under snow another few weeks while life in town resumed its ordinary motions around the hole that whole experience had torn in me. Then spring came, and with it thaw, mud, access, and the slow arrival of official attention. By then, I had gotten very good at telling the reduced version. Trespasser, animal remains, maybe some drifter camp. My father had old property markers in the woods, and I found some weird stuff while checking them. You learn quickly which parts of a story make people lean in, and which parts make them begin deciding how unstable you are. I left out the radio. I left out the notes under the house. I left out the way the ribbons seemed to reappear after I cut them down. I left out the branch most of all. In spring, the deputies and one county investigator went up with the keys and the directions I gave them. They found the pits. They found bones, trash, wax, rusted hooks, old cans, awful remnants, and enough signs of long-term animal remains to make all my claims about that part sound credible. They even found some human fragments. Small ones, old ones, weathered enough that nobody could say much with certainty on sight. The cracked lower jaw piece, some cranial fragments, a few bones too damaged to classify immediately without sending them off. That bought me exactly as much validation as it should have, and no more. No one found a body. No one found a secret camp with bedding and cookware and a drifter's stash of stolen property that would let everyone exhale and say, "There, that explains the rest." The old coat was documented and bagged. The cloth markers were noted as non-standard trail or boundary indicators. The pits were described in language so dry it felt insulting when I later saw a copy of the summary. Animal discard sites, possible refuse pits, historic remains intermixed with hunting byproducts. Historic remains, as if age made arrangement less deliberate.
as if old bones were somehow cleaner than recent ones. The cabin went under review for a short while because of the human fragments and because any sale touching a property with active law enforcement questions becomes a bureaucratic nuisance. But no homicide case bloomed out of it. No media, no yellow tape, no forensic teams in white suits cutting neat squares into the woods.
Rural ambiguity swallowed the story, the way it swallows everything else that doesn't arrive with a fresh body and a clear suspect. By early summer, repairs were made to the balcony door, the siding, and the interior damage. The sale went through. That fact still feels obscene to me, though I understood it even then. The listing language changed. Certain disclosures were framed narrowly. Remote cabin, estate sale, some prior animal intrusion damage repaired, utilities functional, good winter access when plowed. People with money and optimism and no inherited fear of that mountain walked through those rooms and saw craftsmanship, acreage, a view through the trees. They did not see where my father hid the hatch under the stairs. They did not see what had stood on the balcony and tapped a finger bone against the glass. They did not know which branch in the clearing had a name in our family before I ever heard it called aloud. I never warned them. That failure took me years to admit honestly. Boone changed first. The dog who came down the mountain with me was not exactly the dog who had gone up. He still ate, still walked, still slept near me if I was on a couch or bed in the center of the house. But there were things he would not do again. He would not lie near windows after dark. If a curtain was open and the room behind him was lit, he chose another room entirely. Roof sounds made him get to his feet instantly, ears forward, body tight enough to shake. Rain on the gutters could do it. A squirrel on shingles could do it. Once, weeks later, a loose branch scraping our house in a windstorm made him bark himself hoarse until I closed every blind in the downstairs and sat on the floor with him until dawn. He also refused to enter garages or sheds after dark. That included ours. The first time I noticed was when I went out to get something from the garage and called him automatically to follow. He came to the open side door, looked into the dim interior where my father's tools still hung and the key drawer sat, and the old workbench waited under fluorescent light, and he simply stopped. Not playful refusal, not stubbornness. He backed away and then went to the front room and lay down there, trembling slightly until I came back inside. I understood too well why. The tapes stayed hidden. I put them in a shoebox in my closet at first, then later in a lockbox, then later still in the back of a filing cabinet, as if moving them deeper into ordinary household storage might flatten their power. I never played them for my mother, never handed them to the sheriff. Never let another person hear my father saying, "Roof movement, markers down." The one that sits, it knows the house better every year. I told myself there was no point, that authorities couldn't act on a dead man's private recordings made over decades in fear and half-code, that my mother didn't need to hear how much her husband had chosen management over warning. All of that may have been true. It was not the whole reason. Months later, I reviewed the phone photos again. Not immediately after I came home. I couldn't. Just seeing the thumbnails in my camera roll was enough to spike my pulse. But one late night, unable to sleep because rain had been hitting the roof just wrong and Boone had spent the whole evening staring at the back door, I opened them. There were more than I remembered. More because I had panic shot half of them in bursts, and because fear edits memory even while it's happening. The tracks, the siding, the deer head, the pit, the old coat, the porch rail, the blood on the balcony. I zoomed in where I could, sharpened exposure, cropped corners. looked for anything that would turn feeling into proof. Instead, I found things that made proof feel unstable. In one daylight image of the pit, the same one where the old coat lay half exposed, there was a blurred standing figure in the background between the trees, not clear enough to identify, too vertical and too isolated to feel like a trunk. I don't remember seeing anything there when I took the photo, yet there it was in the image, dark and narrow, and just beyond the edge of direct focus. In a close photo of the shattered balcony door, I saw what looked like a face shape reflected in the broken safety glass. Not a face in detail, not enough for features, just a dark, human-like oval where no one should have been standing, based on the angle I remembered, positioned behind my own reflected shoulder in a way that implied presence in the room rather than outside it. When I looked away and back, the shape vanished into fractured reflections. When I zoomed in, it became grain and suggestion. Still, once seen, I could not unsee it. And in one photo of the deer head on the porch, one I was certain I had taken before pulling the keys from its mouth, the jaw appeared empty. Not open wide, not visibly stuffed, just bloody teeth and dark tissue. No duck charm, no metal glint. That image bothered me more than the others, because I remembered the act of hooking the key ring free with the rifle barrel. I remembered the weight of them in my hand and the cold cut of the duck charm against my palm. But if that particular picture had been taken seconds earlier, why did it show no sign of them? Had I misremembered the order? Had I taken more photos after and confused the sequence? Had fear rewritten the event so completely that I now distrusted my own timing inside a scene I could still smell? Memory itself began to feel compromised after that. Not destroyed, not gone. Worse than that, editable. Open to contamination by repetition, by images, by silence, by the human mind's desperate effort to turn what happened into something narratable and survivable. The more I tried to hold on to the exact order of the mountain, the more certain pieces sharpened, while others loosened and slid around them. That thing at the window, the taps, my father's voice on the radio, the shape in the truck mirror. All of it was real to me. Some of it was real in ways I could point to. But the edges no longer held the way a normal bad memory's edges do. For a while, I thought the worst part of all this was that no one would ever fully believe me. That isn't true. The worst part is what happened afterward in me. Because I did what my father did in the end. Not with pits or ribbons or offal buckets. Not yet. But in the smaller, more poisonous way that matters first. I edited. I minimized. I selected the version of the story that could move through normal life without blowing it apart. I kept the tapes hidden. I left out the branch. I left out the voice. I let officials write dull words over active horror and said nothing when the sale went through. I told myself I was being practical. That was his word, too. Chapter 7. What Followed Me Home. By late autumn, my life looked normal again from the outside. That is the version people like best. Not the true one, just the easiest one to live around. I was working. I was sleeping some nights. The cabin had been sold. My mother had stopped saying, "your father's cabin," and started calling it the mountain place, which was its own kind of burial. The sheriff's follow-up had dried up into paperwork and shrugs, and the vague promise that if any new evidence came in, someone would let us know. No one ever did. Summer passed. Then the long Oregon fall came in wet and brown and cold around the edges, and the world kept performing ordinary life with such confidence that sometimes I almost hated it. I changed anyway.
Not in ways dramatic enough for other people to clock right away. I did not start ranting about things in the woods. I did not nail talismans over my windows or sleep with the rifle across my lap every night. Outwardly, I became quieter, which grief alone can explain for a long time. But I never left curtains open after dark again. Not anywhere. Apartment, house, motel, friend's place, didn't matter. If a room was lit and the windows were still exposed to the night, my skin started crawling before my mind even named why. I closed them automatically now, the way some people check locks or turn off stoves. More than once, I caught myself crossing a room in conversation just to pull a blind without breaking eye contact, then realized the other person had stopped talking because they were watching me. I scanned tree lines without meaning to. Parking lots, parks, roadside shoulders. The dark seam behind strip malls where landscaping gives way to brush. I looked there first, every time.
Not because I expected to see the thing from the mountains standing in public. Because some part of me had learned that open ground means nothing if there is a line beyond it, where something can remain still longer than you can remain calm. I stopped tolerating roof sounds. Rain was one thing, predictable, patterned. Weather announces itself honestly once you know what it is. But footsteps overhead in apartment buildings, squirrels on shingles, branch scrape in wind, those sounds still reached the old place in me too quickly. Boone was worse with it at first, and because he reacted before I did, I never got the chance to pretend I was over it. Even after he got older and slower, he would lift his head at the first unusual contact above us and fix on the ceiling in a way that made every room feel temporary. I did not answer familiar voices from outside unless I could see the person saying my name. That one took me a while to admit even to myself.
If someone called from the yard, the driveway, the other side of a closed door, I checked first. Always. The body learns before pride catches up. Once my mother called me from the side gate while I was in the kitchen, and I froze long enough that when I finally opened the curtain and saw her standing there in plain daylight with grocery bags in both hands, she looked offended. "What took you so long?" I told her I didn't hear her. That was a lie. I heard every syllable. And red cloth. I saw red cloth everywhere now. Not just ribbon. Shop rags hanging from a contractor's back pocket. Torn survey tape on chain link fencing. A kid's scarf snagged on blackberry canes. A faded streamer caught in a tree after some neighborhood birthday party. Every time, my eyes went to it before anything else. And for one sick, sharp second, the world tilted toward the mountain again. Boone got old in a way I was not ready for. That happens when a dog survives with you long enough after the bad thing. At first, their fear is useful because it confirms yours. Then time moves, and fear becomes frailty, and one day you realize your warning system has arthritis and cloudy eyes, and needs help getting into the car. Boone did not die right away that year, but he began leaving me in pieces, slower on stairs, longer getting up from his bed, harder breathing in cold air. He still hated windows at night, still refused garages and sheds after dark, but he no longer had the energy to patrol a room with panic in it. He would look, yes, he would listen. Then he would lie down and tremble instead of bark. That made everything worse, because once the dog can no longer carry part of the fear for you, all of it sits in your own body with nowhere else to go. It was my mother who asked me to help clean out the garage late that autumn. There were still things of my father's left in there, even after the funeral sorting.
The estate box, the cabin sale, the donation runs, the trips to Goodwill and the dump. Grief leaves residue because nobody can decide all at once which objects are practical, which are unbearable, and which are both. She wanted the shelves cleared before winter properly set in. Old tools, fishing gear, the spare chains from the truck, a cracked cooler, 3 boxes of manuals no one needed, half a life in hardware and dust. The garage smelled the way garages do when weather turns cold. Motor oil, old cardboard, dried leaves tracked in under tires, damp concrete, metal cooling faster than air. The side door to the backyard was shut. The overhead light buzzed with that sick fluorescent persistence that flattens everything into utility. Boone came as far as the interior door from the kitchen and stopped there. He stood with his front paws on the threshold, looked in once, and then backed away to lie down, where he could still see me, but didn't have to be inside. I should have listened to him. My mother worked in practical bursts, the way she always had when emotion threatened to turn a task into memory. Sort, bag, stack, toss. She kept talking just enough to make it seem ordinary. Something about old receipts, about how your father never threw out a screw if it still had thread on it, about maybe taking the metal shelves down before Christmas. I answered where needed and carried boxes to the driveway and back, and tried not to think about the drawer where I had once put my father's keys after the funeral. At some point, she went inside to answer the phone. I was left alone in the garage with the workbench, the pegboard, the shelves, and the shape of his absence arranged in familiar tools. That was when I saw the rifle. It hung on the back pegboard where it should not have been.
Not because the rifle itself didn't belong there.
It was my father's old deer rifle, the one I had taken to the cabin and fired through the balcony glass, later cleaned with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, then returned to the house and leaned in a closet because I couldn't stand the sight of it for months. I knew exactly where it had been since then. In a case on a high shelf inside the hall closet, zippered shut. It was not supposed to be hanging over the workbench. For a second, I actually thought my mother must have moved it there while sorting, though there was no reason she would have, and no world in which she would have done it without saying something about how she hated guns in the garage. Then I saw what was tied to it. Around the trigger guard was a fresh strip of thin leather. Not old bootlace, not garage string. Fresh enough that the cut edge still looked pale. It had been wrapped twice and knotted with a neatness that struck me as deliberate rather than hurried.
Hanging from it by a narrower thong was a single yellowed finger bone.
Small, human-looking. Too familiar now, in proportion and shape, for me to insult myself by calling it animal first. I stopped moving. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Somewhere inside the house, my mother laughed once at something on the phone, muffled by walls and ordinary life. Outside, a car went past on the street, with tires hissing on damp pavement. The finger bone hung absolutely still from the rifle. I knew with total certainty I had not brought that home. Not from the trunk. Not from under the house. Not from the pits. I had taken notes, tapes, photos, shells, keys. I had carried enough of the mountain back in my head and in that duffel bag. But I had not carried bones. The ones in the zip bag from the trunk had stayed there when the authorities later went through the place. The things under the house were left where I found them. I would have remembered putting a human-looking bone on my father's rifle. That is not the sort of act memory misfiles. My first thought was not how, it was when. When had it been tied there? How long had it been hanging in this garage while I moved around it, while my mother walked past it? while Boone refused to come inside after dark, and I kept telling myself that was because of the cabin, and not because anything had crossed the threshold home with us. I stepped closer, slowly, as if speed might trigger something. The leather strip smelled faintly raw, not fresh enough to be wet, but newer than anything else on that pegboard. The bone itself was smooth in places and rougher at one end where the joint had broken. It cast a tiny, thin shadow on the rifle stock. I did not touch it. Instead, without fully deciding to, I lowered my eyes to the garage floor. There, in the dust and grit under the workbench, was a thin line of black dirt. Not mud tracked in by boots, too narrow.
Too selective. A broken powder-dark trace beginning near the side door and running beneath the workbench toward the pegboard, stopping almost directly below the place where my father used to hang his keys. The keys I found in the deer's mouth. The keys I had put back in the drawer months ago and then, eventually, moved without telling my mother because I couldn't bear hearing them clink against anything. I followed the line with my eyes all the way to the side door. Closed. Latched. Thin light showing at the threshold. Nothing visibly wrong with it. Then came 3 slow taps. Not from outside. From the inside of the closed side door leading to the backyard. I know how that sounds written down. I know doors have layers and frames and resonances, and that fear teaches the body to mislocate sound if it wants to badly enough. But I am telling you exactly what I knew in that instant without needing to reason my way there. The taps came from the room side of the door.
Same measured spacing as the cabin walls. Same dry, intentional contact I had heard on glass, wood, roof. 1, 2, 3. I did not open it. I did not call out to ask if my mother had somehow come around the house without me hearing her. I did not say, "Who's there?" because I no longer believed that question had any honest utility in spaces like that. I just stood in the garage, staring at the closed door, the finger bone on the rifle in the edge of my vision, the thin black dirt line below the bench, and understood something final about my father. He had not been brave. He had not been crazy. He had not been chosen for some poetic curse by a haunted mountain that loved our family enough to ruin us personally. He had been trained. Trained into obedience by repetition, by fear, by the steady replacement of direct terror with procedures small enough to live beside. Rehang this. Feed that. Close the curtain. Don't stand there. Don't answer that voice. Do what keeps the house quiet one more night. Call it practical. Call it management. Call it anything except surrender. That was the worst inheritance. Not the thing in the woods itself, the rules. The cabin had only been the school where my family learned them. After a few seconds, or a year, or whatever amount of time passed in that fluorescent half-light, I turned my head and looked through the narrow, dirty garage window over the workbench. At the far end of the yard, near the fence line where the grass gave way to scrub and shadow, a strip of red cloth moved once. The wind outside was too weak to stir the dead leaves. Nothing else moved with it.